that identifies early Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I'd like to welcome all of you here to City Hall and to our council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Steve Coronado with Solid Rock Church. Pastor?
Thank you. Let's pray. I understand this is the last meeting, right, of the year?
It is the last meeting of the year.
Going out with a bang. Lord God, we are grateful today, so grateful for this year, 2025, and all the blessings that you have provided. Let us never forget, Lord, that you have been good to us. You have provided for us. You have blessed us. And so we are thankful and full of gratitude. As we close out this year and this final meeting, I pray that, God, you would give our city and this council the preparation in their heart for a new year and a new Corpus Christi. A new year with new possibilities, new opportunities. Lord, thank you that you will provide everything we need. You are a God of abundance. And so I pray for these servant leaders, our mayor and all the city council, city manager, all those who serve our city. Lord, give them abundance mindset, knowing that the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, and that, God, you will provide everything we need. Give them leadership, guidance, wisdom, integrity today as they close out this year to prepare for a new year and a new Corpus Christi. We thank you and we bless you and we give you praise for all your goodness and love. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. And today our Pledge of Allegiance, to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by Mariah Garza. She is a 12th grader at Por Vida Academy, a dual credit student, and she plans to obtain a bachelor's degree in criminal justice.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Mariah, thank you and good luck with your studies. Thank you. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Present.
Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson. Okay, Ms. Paxson plans to join us by WebEx. I guess she's just not ready right now. Everett Roy.
Present.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. I want to, before we get going, a couple of things I just want to welcome. I know we have some guests from out of town. We have the Mathis City Manager, Cedric Davis, Robert Tafola, our Alice City Manager, Michael Esparza, Beeville City Manager, Andy Jocelyn, and Benny Puente, the Beeville Mayor Pro Tem. I know they're all here today, and in the spirit of getting you back to your cities to run those cities, we're going to move item 31 up after our board and committee appointments. So item 31 will be moved up right after we do our board and appointments. And thank you for joining us today, gentlemen. So with that, we're going to go back to section E, and that is our city manager's comments and update on city operations, items 1 through 7. That's a record, Mr. Zanoni.
I know, we had a lot of things happen last week, so we thought we'd get in front of the council on these items. So
thank you.
We do have 7 city manager report items. I'm going to do the first one, and then we'll have several presenters for the remainder. So we are going to put up the presentation, but this one here is our fourth quarter financial report, and this is for the prior fiscal year, for fiscal year 25. and that concluded at the end of September. So these are the last 3 months of that fiscal year. As you may recall, each of the quarters, after the conclusion of each of the quarters, I present to the City Council. And we do a real good job, this city has done for many years, putting out a financial report. So this is a 73-page document that I'll summarize in a few minutes with the council, but this is available for the community. It's on our website, and it's distributed to council as well. So we are going to talk to you about the fourth quarter report. These are unaudited figures. Make sure this is up here. These are unaudited figures through the period of October 1, 2024 through September 30th of 2025. All figures that I'll discuss today are preliminary because there is a comprehensive year-end closeout process, but these are preliminary numbers. And the financial information assumed, or the financial information presented today primarily has been assumed in the development of the 26 budget. So any revenues in excess of budget and any expenditures less than plan generally have been assumed in the 26 budget development. So our year-end closeout for fiscal year 25 is guided by state law and certain requirements of the City Council. We began the financial audit on October of 2025, and that's done by an outside auditing firm. It's not the internal city auditor. It's a company we've used for several years now, Weaver and Associates. So it's an independent financial audit that's done on our books, essentially, and provides some separation of control to make sure our finances are in good shape. By December now, we're finalizing the initial year-end closeout process with all the city departments and the finance department. And then in March, the annual comprehensive financial report that the auditor assembles and produces, that'll be presented to first the audit committee and then the full City Council. And you may remember last year we handed out the books to you all, and we're going to do a little bit pre-work with you this year to sit down with you to go through that audit report because it does have a lot of good financial information in there. So this morning I'll cover some of the major funds, starting with our general fund. And you've seen this chart before, but this is our general fund revenues for last fiscal year. The details in the middle, but if we look at the bottom row, we budgeted $334 million for last year. When we were developing the budget this summer, we assumed pretty much that $334 million. But as we close out the year and receive all the revenues that we either anticipated or didn't anticipate, we're closing the year $6.5 million better, which is good. That's a good Christmas present for the city. And you can see in the detail why that is, $6.5 million better. We received a little bit better collections in our property tax from the appraisal review board process. Our sales tax came in a little bit better, which is good. We were real close in that one. Solid waste brought in a little bit more revenue from recycling and from disposal revenue from our private haulers. The interest, interfund, and intergovernmental transfers, a big amount of that is from fire department deployments, where you may recall through the summer months and earlier times in the year, we deployed based on the state requests for services, and then we get reimbursed, and so those monies have been deposited there in that account. So the revenues are looking good, the $6.5 million better. This chart here on the next slide just shows you graphically. Councilwoman Campos asked that we do this several quarters ago. So the big takeaways is we really only have two major revenue sources: property tax, industrial district in lieu of, which is a form of a property tax revenue of sorts, and then sales tax. Those two revenues comprise more than 50% of our revenues, and then you can see some of the others, including our solid waste fee. On this next slide here, this shows us the story for the year end for our general fund expenditures. And the same thing, if we look at the bottom, the budget for fiscal year 25 was $363 million approximately. We estimated a little bit less than that based on spending trends through the summer months this summer at $354.7 million. And when we close everything out, we're just under 350, so $349.3 million, so a little bit better on spending, which is good. We don't want to under-invest in the community. And so a good benchmark is when you close the year, if your variance is up to about 5%, then that's generally a good practice. The variance that we see here at the 349 is 1.5% from the assumed variance. So that's good. We don't want to be We don't want to underestimate what we're going to spend and come in over, but you also don't want to come in with a lot of excess funds, because that might mean you're not providing to the community what we said we would. And so the unaudited actuals of 349.3 is 5.4 million less spending, which is more revenue to the city essentially to help us off in the 26 budget. It was pretty, there's nothing really that jumps out. There's a few areas to highlight, including the other revenue. That's the industrial in lieu of refund that we had to book in the prior year, as we talked to you about over the past couple of quarters. On this pie chart here, you can see public safety is our most basic and largest expense in our general fund. That includes our police and fire, and this is pretty consistent across Texas and municipal governments. Public safety is the biggest part of your budget. Streets, and then solid waste, you can see there as well. So this summary chart here summarizes the beginning balance and the ending balance in the next chart. And this is what you generally look for when you do a year-end closeout. The question is, how close did we come to what we thought we would be the ending mark for 25? And so if you walk through this, the beginning balance for 25 budget was 96.6 million, with our revenues and expenses that were planned not planned, but the actual, and then the carry forward, rollover or carry forwards, that's for planned expenditures that haven't quite hit the books yet, so we'll carry the budget forward. 6.5 million, when you take the beginning balance plus the revenues minus the expenses minus the rollover. 88.3 million is the ending balance. Actually, the ending balance is 88.3 million is what we assumed. Actually, that is the ending balance. Sorry, the estimated ending balance was 76.4 million. And so we do better by close to 12 million, 11.9 million, which is good. Okay, and so that was the general fund. The hotel occupancy tax revenue is the other one we look at closely. This one is going to be a little bit hard to explain. You can see that the budget was 19.9 million. We estimated 19, and we knew that we expected to come in less than budget for the hut tax based on less bookings through the summer months. The actual, though, was 20.2 million, which is more than the estimate. And that's because we're finally booking the revenues appropriately. And so you have to record the revenues in the months that they're actually earned. And so we had to book to get this thing caught up a 13th month. And that's what the finance department and our external auditors recommended. And so for only this fiscal year, we'll have these 13 months. This will eventually be lost in the transition as we go to the next fiscal year, where we'll have 12 months. And then in our two utility funds that are of high importance to us, the water fund and the wastewater. The water fund, the revenues were 169.6 was the budget. We estimated less than that, but actually came in just a little bit over the budget at 169.9. And then on the expenses, similarly, we had a budget of 181.7 million. We estimated a little less, but actually we'll close out the year at 173.2. Which is still under the budget. Some of that variance is from more chemical costs than what we anticipated. Also, we booked some of the water supply projects in this budget to include acquisition of property where we have some of our western wells. And then in the wastewater fund, similar story, pretty decent here. The revenues were 98.6, and we estimated a little less than that, but actually came in just under the budget, 98.2. And so that's good. And then on the expenses, 116 million was the budget, but savings both in the estimate and then in the actual at 110.6. And then transitioning to the other part of our budget, which is our capital improvement plan. These are large projects that are primarily funded through voter-approved bond programs, or we don't show them here, but our utility operation has a lot of capital investment as well. So 3 bond programs that the voters overwhelmingly approved are listed here: the 2024 bond, the 2022, and the 2020. If we look at the 2020 bond program, almost all projects are completed. 38 projects completed there, 4 are finalizing construction. In the bond 2022, that was $125 million overall, 32 projects, 7 projects complete, 11 are under construction, and 14 are nearing completion on design. And then the most recent bond of $175 million with 38 projects, 8 projects are under construction, 28 are under design, including 2 other projects that were in pre-design. So on the summary for the fourth quarter financial report then, the general fund revenues and expenses are consistent with the projections, except for that close to $12 million, which is good. That additional money we'll use in the 27 budget. So it's good to start off a little bit better than what you thought. We'll have to see how the economy continues through this year. We don't recommend spending any of that money, rather saving it to begin the next budgeted year. And that's the position we want to be in. This is actually a good news story for this city. HART revenues are consistent with projections. Water, wastewater revenues are consistent. And then we continue strong delivery of those, of the CIP program. Okay, so the next steps for financial planning here for the City Council, there's actually some pretty big ones coming up as we look at the 27 budget. But we will be back in February with the first quarter budget and financial report for the current fiscal year. That'll be October, November, December. And then in March, that's when we'll present to the council, first the committee and then the full council, our comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year 25. And then early 2026, our budget process is going to begin again for the 2027 budget. And that includes our financial forecast that we'll present to City Council, showing us the projections for the next couple of years. We'll do budget goal settings with the City Council, as we've done just about every year. And then we're going to do what this council's asked for, as well as more community engagement earlier in the process. So we'll keep the council and the community informed on that, because we'll want their participation in some of their goals for the next budget. And Mayor, that concludes this presentation. And I'm here, and I think Amy's here too. Yep, Amy and John are here from the budget office. If we have any questions I can't answer, they'll help.
Thank you, Peter. I don't see any. Oh, Councilwoman Campos, a comment?
Just a statement. I just wanted to say thank you so much for including the community engagement. I don't know how soon we're going to get started on that, but that is super important, because I think the community is very engaged. As you know, we have, as I understand it, thousands of people watching what we do. So I think it's important that they participate as part of the budget. So again, thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
But the only thing is, do we know when we're going to start? Because when does the city staff start?
So March timeframe, Councilwoman? The March timeframe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Is that soon enough, or? Yeah.
Only because if the city staff is starting in March, then maybe we need to be started in February. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I need to know.
Right. Well, so we'll have one of the first things we'll be working on early next year, January, is that comprehensive calendar, and we'll show that to council probably one of these first council meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. We're going to turn now to item number 2, which is a timely item. It's restaurant licensing and inspection fees, and our health director, Dr. Anita Kurian, is going to present this to council. The reason we're presenting it today is we're mandated by the state through this last legislative session to change some of our fees for restaurant and food handling inspection. And there's a whole set of, I think it's 30 or 60 days of comment period. And so as we inform the restaurateurs and food handlers and other businesses, you may get questions, so we wanted to make sure you knew what's going on here. So that's why we're presenting this today. A memo was sent last week that nicely summarizes this, but Dr. Anita is going to brief the council and to some extent the community too who's watching. There'll be a series of revenue changes for some of the inspection and food handling fees. So, okay. Doctor?
Morning, Mayor and the council. As Peter mentioned, I'm here this morning to update you on the fee updates that we are proposing with regards to the local food establishments. And this is to ensure compliance with the Senate Bill 1008 that took effect in September 1, 2025, earlier this year. So I'm sorry, I'm still trying to get oriented to this place. Am I doing this right? Okay. Here's the overview of the Senate Bill 1008 that I was mentioning earlier. During this last legislative session, the Texas legislature enacted the Senate Bill 1008, which establishes limitations on the authority of the local governments entities. That includes municipalities, public health districts like us, counties, etc., to impose fee related to the regulations of the food service industry. So specifically, Senate Bill 1008 lays out that local entities cannot charge their local food service establishments a fee that exceeds what state is currently charging. So what you will see here today is our effort to do a comprehensive review of our fee schedule. We've already completed that. Our effort to align with the legislative intent, which is the Senate Bill 1008 that took effect in September 1, 2025. Many jurisdictions, almost all major cities in the state of Texas, have already done this. They are in compliance with this state bill that took effect earlier this month. This is our effort to do the same here as well. Here's the food service establishment permit fee that contrasts what our current fee is, what the state fee is, and what we are proposing. So the table on the left lays out our current food establishment permit fees, which are currently based on the number of employees. So an establishment that has about less than 10 employees currently get charged a permit fee of $225 here locally by us. And as the number of employees increase, you see the increase in the permit fee. So permit fee here locally varies from $225 to anywhere up to $880, again, depending upon the number of employees that the food service establishment has. We also charge establishments that sell prepackaged non-hazardous food, which is your shelf-stable food items that don't need any temperature or time control for safety measures. These are your bag of chips or your bag of beef jerkies, candies, etc., that get sold in your local hardware stores or your retail pharmacy stores, even dollar stores. So at this time, we currently do permit those entities and charge them a permit fee of $125. The table on the right shows what state is doing currently, and this is the intent to align with what state is doing with regards to these permit fees. As you can see there, state does not use the number of employees as a criteria to determine the permit fees. They use the gross annual food sales to determine what a permit fee should be for that particular establishment. So those permit fees range from $258 to $773. So an establishment that makes less than 50,000 gross annual food sales should get a permit fee charged of $258. An establishment making more than $150,000 or reporting more than $150,000 gross food annual sales get a permit fee of $773, which is what the state is doing. The column on the far right is what we are proposing, which, as you can see, mirrors exactly what state is doing. Again, this is to align with the state legislation that has gone into effect. Here are food service establishment inspections and re-inspections fees. As you see up there, inspection fees are only applicable to new establishments, and these are conducted to verify compliance with health and safety standards before an establishment starts serving food, becomes operational. So right now, we don't charge any fees for these inspections, although we provide the service here currently in our jurisdiction. State allows us to charge up to $150 for those inspection fees. We are proposing a fee of the inspection fee of $100 at this time, again, to align with what the Senate bill requires us to do. Re-inspections. We define re-inspections as a follow-up visit to confirm that previously cited violations have been corrected and the establishment is back in compliance. Again, we provide the service on a regular basis here. Currently, our fee is $50. State allows us to charge up to $200, and we are proposing a fee update of $150. Again, I hope you appreciate that we are trying to take a balanced approach to covering our costs, not playing undue burden on our small business owners, yet aligning with the legislative intent. Next one that you see up there is the food service establishment amendment fee. Amendment includes a change in the name or change of ownerships of our food establishments. We, again, currently provide this service. We do amend these. About 5% of our businesses go through these amendments annually. We do provide the service, but we have never been charging for this service. So state does do an amendment fee. Again, it's based on the gross food annual sales, and you see up there the amendment fee range from $125 to $375, depending upon your gross annual food sales. We are proposing to mirror what state's charging at this time. Here's a mobile food unit permit and amendment fees. Currently, mobile food units in our local jurisdiction get charged a permit fee of $260. $140 of that $260 is the health permit fee. $120 of that $260 is the vending permit fee. State does not make this distinction. State charges a flat fee of $250 for mobile unit permits. We are proposing to do the same. Again, like brick and mortar, we have never charged for any amendment fees. State does allow us to charge a flat fee of $125 for every amendment to the permit, existing permit that is made. We are proposing to do the same, charge $125 for every amendment that comes to our attention. Here's the temporary food establishments, and this is currently the table on the left lays out what we do currently. So a single event, a one-day single event with a 5-day notice gets charged a permit fee of $35 currently. For each additional day of the event, we charge $15. Say, for instance, there is a temporary event for 3 days. The temporary event vendor gets charged $35 for the first day of the event and $30 for the additional 2 days of the event. And we also charge a late processing fee of $70 if the payment is made less than 5 days before the initial start date of the event itself. In contrast, if you see on the table on the right, state does something different entirely. State charges a flat fee of $52 for a temporary event permit, and they define a single temporary event as an event that could last anywhere from 1 to 14 consecutive days. So if a vendor is applying for a single event that could last up to 14 days, they get charged a permit flat fee of $52. They also provide the temporary event vendors an option to pay $200 for a permit, for a single event permit that's valid for a period of 2 years. So they can pay $200 and have as many single events as possible during that 2-year time frame. We are proposing to do the same again. This is to align with the state law that's gone into effect already. And in accordance with the Senate Bill 1008, if you notice, we are proposing to eliminate that late fee. State does not charge a late fee, and we are going to do the same as well. That's our proposal. Here's the school-based establishment fees. Currently, we inspect about 109 public schools, but have never charged for those inspections. And these are inspections that every school is required under state law. They're required to have 2 inspections per calendar year, and we have never charged for those services that we provide. State charges $150 per inspection, and we are proposing to do the same as well. For private and public schools, state charges a flat fee permit fee of $258. We currently do not charge any permit fee, but we are proposing to do exactly what state's been doing. Here's an administrative note disclaimer. I just want to point out that all the proposed city food service related fee that I have presented today, the proposed fees, they're subject to change depending on the state fee schedule updates. And again, this is to keep in alignment with the Senate Bill 1008, which clearly states that anytime state changes the fees, we are required to change to match the state fee. I know that state does these annual review of their fee schedules. The timing of this or when the finalized fee schedule is going to be released is uncertain. It's not clear or publicized anywhere. So the urgency for us is to comply with the state law, to achieve that statutory compliance that we were required to achieve back in September 2025. And so these proposed changes that we are recommending today, or that you're seeing today, is exactly that, to align with the legislative intent and achieve and maintain that statutory compliance that we are required to have. Here are the next steps towards implementation of the proposed fee, pending your approval and adoption of these proposed fees. Want to point out that we are required, again, Senate bill just does not lay limitations on what fees we can impose on our food establishments here. They've also included a stakeholder engagement requirement, which says that we are required by law to give all our partners, which are our food establishments, our schools, including the state, a 60-day notice before we implement any changes. And so our 60-day the clock starts ticking tomorrow, December 17th. By December 17th is when we will finish mailing out all our proposed fee updates, including why we are doing this. A cover letter will clearly state why we are proposing these changes, and those will be mailed out to all our food establishments, our mobile food units, to schools, including the state. We also met with their representative from the local restaurant association last week. He's aware of these proposed changes. He was actually on the committee that worked with the state directly to craft some of the key provisions of the law. So this Senate Bill 1008 was actually put in place, was lobbied and put in place and fully supported by the Texas Restaurant Associations, primarily to standardize food establishment regulations across the state. So this should not be any surprise for them. It was not a surprise for the rep from the Restaurant Association that we met. He's committed to sharing that proposed fee schedule with the rest of the board members as well. And all the mailing out, all the notifications will be completed tomorrow. So our 60-day clock starts ticking tomorrow, and it should end sometime mid-February. That is when I'll be up here presenting this again for your approval as well as adoption. And along with the fee schedule, we are also working closely with the legals to update the ordinance to reflect these proposed fee updates as well. And so first reading is, you see the dates up there, by late February, if approved, it'll be adopted and implemented. The new proposed fee schedule will be implemented on March 2nd, 2026. And within 30 days, which is again a requirement of the Senate Bill 1008, within 30 days of implementation, now local municipalities are required to send the state to update their state registry with our updated fee schedule and our ordinance. So that pretty much concludes this presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Curie, and we appreciate the presentation. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Correct me if I'm wrong. So the state is just asking us or telling us to change the fees?
The state is telling us, it is state law. So the law took effect on September 1, 2026. So it is required under state law that we comply and match our fees to that of the state fees.
So we have to match these fees?
Yeah, if you look at the, yes, we have to match these fees, especially if they're drastically different. If you look at our restaurant permit fees, right now our permit fee is based on number of employees. State does the gross annual food sales, so we have to
Because right now, for a small restaurant, which the state's out of touch with the restaurants here in Corpus Christi. We have 10 restaurants went out of business, chain restaurants, and now we have small businesses struggling. 1 through 10 was a pretty reasonable price, $225. And they probably average about $150K a year, $500 a day, $15K a month. But for a small business like that, they're going to end up paying $800?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yep. And
Wow.
again, once again, I want to stress, this is something that the state did not decide, we did not decide. It's the Texas Restaurant Association that lobbied to standardize all the regulations across the state. And so one of the byproducts is exactly what you're highlighting. Yes.
Miles, do we have to follow these prices?
These are maximums, but however, what
Oh,
was
so this is
changed.
maximums.
They're maximums, but keep in mind, they changed the basis for the charge. Therefore, because you changed the basis for the charge so dramatically, you don't have the option of just relying on your old fees. Because it's simply, you can't, we charge based on number of employees. They charge, the new state regs require the charge to be on the basis of the maximum
Gross
of the
annual
income.
So the maximum is 773 for 150,000 or more. So we could charge $300 if we wanted to.
Right, yeah, the answer is yes, Councilman.
Okay.
So there'll be a lengthy discussion on the business of this with the council in that February timeframe.
Yeah.
These are recommended based on our local economy, other entities in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
And then the cost to go out and inspect. And so we have to show you the other side of the equation, which is that if we don't collect enough revenue from the actual inspections, then it's going to have to come from other sources in the general fund, meaning we'll have to cut somewhere else potentially to
Well,
be able to.
I think we need to cut it because this is
Yeah.
a lot of money for small businesses here in Corpus Christi. I mean, there's restaurants going out of business today. I mean, it's tough to run a restaurant nowadays, and everything's so expensive. But I will not support this. You got to bring something better than $773. I mean, that's going to be the average if you have 1 through 10 employees, because if they're not making $150,000 or more a year, they're not going to be in business. I mean, everyone's making that kind of money, $500 a day. I'm more than sure that all these restaurants and small cafes are making at least $500 a day. But charging $773, I think that's ridiculous. That's a lot of money. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Well, I'm sure the state did this because there were some cities that were charging way too much. Corpus Christi obviously isn't, and I agree with you. I think what they're telling us is you can charge the max, that's the maximum. You can go under that. So I'm hoping that you bring something back, because I don't want to beat them to death. We're charged so much by federal, state, local taxes. We need to try and be fair. So I'm hoping you come back with some things that are lower. I certainly do not want to charge the maximum. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos?
Again, I just want to echo what my fellow council members are saying, because, here we have the state with a $33 billion surplus, and then nickel and diming, again, us, the small business. And I know that it's probably to the bigger cities, but again, I think we need to do a little bit better with our own, small businesses and restaurants and so forth. So, I'm really looking forward to a robust discussion. And hopefully the restaurateurs will be listening to this and want to get more involved.
Peter, you said in February, you're going to bring this back to really holistically
Right, yeah,
look
so
at
let me
it?
just double check that here. Yeah, so in February 17 is a planned first reading.
Okay.
Yes, and if we can maybe put that slide up. There's a 60-day stakeholder notice that begins in December 17. That's why we're presenting this to you today, to put it on our radar, because the stakeholder communities, i.e. the restaurant owners, schools, and mobile vendors will start getting information from us. There's 60 days that we have to give them to give comment, and then we'll come to City Council on February 17 for the fee adjustments. We'll do some meetings with the council if you have questions, because we do have to show you the other side of the equation, which is the expense.
Right.
This is a public health. The reason the public health director is presenting is no chance. It's a public health issue. We want to make sure our restaurants are safe. That's why they do the inspections. We don't want foodborne illness and people getting sick. So there's a cost to doing the inspections, and generally the revenues to pay for that comes from the fee. Right. So we have to show you that. So if we want to have fees that are less than what it takes to less than what it takes to do the service, it has to come from somewhere else.
Right.
And that could come from other services, parks, libraries, that type of thing.
Right.
So, but
Okay.
we'll bring
and-
that whole plan to you in February.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the reason you don't have the whole plan is because
This is not the point for it, right? This
Right.
is just to put it on the radar that, hey, the state passed legislation. Dr. Carrion came in and said we're a little behind in implementing this, and so she's fast-tracked it. She's, in the beginning of her comments, said a lot of cities have already implemented this. We haven't. We're a little
Right.
behind, so we're doing it. We're charging the current fee today or no more than the maximum amount today.
Or not?
Yeah, and
Okay.
so we'll show you the entire business of it, and we'll do some one-on-one briefings.
Right.
We appreciate what the council members are saying up here.
Well, I was going to say, I think
Yeah.
the one-on-one briefings on something
Yeah.
like this is critical.
Yeah.
And I think that other piece of the plan,
Yeah.
we absolutely have to have that in order to see what,
Right.
how do you balance this?
Yeah.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of this should be based on cost of service, right? What does it cost to do inspections?
Yeah.
I looked at your budget. The revenue you get from food service permits is about $600,000 a year, right?
Yeah, it's close to 703 to be precise, and some change, so round it up to 700,000.
That's how much it costs you to do these inspections?
No, that's the revenue that we collected, that's been projected and collected in the past. Our environmental health services, we have 7 health inspectors. The entire budget for that is about close to 913,000, so close to 900,000. These 7 inspectors do about annually 7,000 inspections annually. So it's 7,000 inspections per inspector, which I can tell you, been in other jurisdictions where I've worked, this is overstretching and overworking this staff resources that we have. Per inspection costs about $150. So if you do the math, we are not even breaking even with the amount of budget city funds that are allocated towards this program.
Okay, so for us, because we want to make sure the fees are consummate with the cost of service. So when you come back to us on that, have that presentation included as to how much it costs us for the inspectors, all the associated costs for the inspections, and then reflect that in the fees.
Yeah.
What we don't want to do is be punitive in the sense of getting an arbitrary number just because the state is doing something. We want to make sure it's tailored to us and that we're charging appropriately for what it cost us. So that's simple to do. You take your cost and you extrapolate that into your fees. Is that simple enough, Peter?
Yes, Councilman. I think that's what they began to do when to develop these recommendations today.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Just
yeah,
show us the math.
we will. That's what
Okay.
we're going to do. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Scott.
I just want to give my opinion. I don't think the taxpayers should subsidize these costs. I don't think the general fund or the sales tax fund, any of that should have to pay for this. I think it's a cost of service, and whatever it is whatever it is. And so I wanted to get that point out.
And Councilman Roy.
Thank you for your presentation. The only thing I want to add to what Councilmember Hernandez said is that can we also look at comparing, I can't imagine, you said that the state has put this in place all across the state, but I know that it doesn't seem like if you take a smaller city or you compare. So I would also like to see a comparison. We usually compare with the top 7 or 8 cities, kind of get an idea what they're doing and what their fees are.
Yeah,
Also, in addition to looking at our expenses. And if we could trend that more than just going back 1 year, but if we could go back at least 3 years, I'd like to look at that in comparison so that we get a real good feel of the trend.
Okay, Councilman, we can do that.
I can tell you, I'm coming from San Antonio, and just have to say this, we implemented exactly what was presented here today. And then the other point I wanted to make, and thank you for bringing that up, if we don't match these fees, I can emphasize enough that then the burden then the revenue has to come from some other source to compensate for the expense of running this program. And we did the math, even with the proposed fee, all we are seeing is an increase of about $84,000 from our previous revenues. So that is still coming way below our expense of running the program.
We have Kaylin Paxson, Councilwoman Paxson, she's online, and she'd like to ask a question.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. Looking at the presentation, I had kind of 2 key concerns. My first was, I'm not sure that this was delivered as it was intended. My understanding of this bill is because there's so many cities across the state of Texas that the permitting, the fees, everything has become so burdensome and complicated. It's very difficult for small businesses to navigate and operate, and it can be, in many instances, taxing, overtaxing. So my understanding is that the state took that into consideration, and that's probably why the Texas State Restaurant Association is behind it, because it's trying to provide a streamlined system, an equity of costs. I don't think it's fair for us to position that the state did this with the intent behind mandating that all cities follow this fee schedule. Are you in a position that you can say that they are mandating that fee?
So some of the permit fees, it's
Your
the law. It's a law that says.
The state is requiring that we charge these fees. And we had a council member ask for clarification, and I don't think that's a fair representation. Like our legal said, these are maximums. And I am not going to be someone in favor of implementing so many fees that it burdens our local businesses. We've been offering these services. What I didn't see in the presentation is if there is a gap presented between service and what this new bill is saying that we need to provide in services, because we go out, we inspect, we do all those things. What you're asking us to do is increase the fees. And I don't think that all cities are created equal. I don't think that this was intended for us to jump so high in our fees to catch up with what the state average is. The state is putting those numbers in there for the cities that are overcharging. So Peter, when we bring this item back, that's what we need to take into consideration.
Yes, Councilwoman, we hear you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Cantu.
I've got a couple questions real quick. How many inspectors do we have in Corpus Christi, health inspectors?
Inspectors, our program is 10, including managers, 2 admins, so we have 7 inspectors who are actually out in the field doing the job.
7, you said, right?
7.
7 for the entire city?
Yes.
Doing on the streets?
On the streets, yes, and doing 7,000 inspections annually. So the restaurant inspections is not the only thing they do. They do septic, they do pool, they do foster home inspections, jail inspections. There are a number of other plant reviews. There are a number of other, in addition to addressing complaints that we get on daily basis. So,
is there a reason why when they do a inspection at a restaurant, there's 2 people with them? It's not just one person? Because I've been to 2 restaurants last week, and I saw 2 people each time doing an inspection. Is there a reason why we have 2 people doing one inspection?
When somebody is training, we have turnovers, so not turnovers. So the new person is always following an experienced person until we deem them competent to do it.
How long does that take for them to understand the whole process?
Say that again?
How long does it take for them to understand the whole process?
It varies from person to person, but typically between 4 to 6 weeks, you should be good. And know this too, not every person who takes this job is licensed as a sanitarian. They're required to take the licensing exam too within 1 year of employment. So it varies. Somebody who's licensed walking into the job, it may take only 2 or 3 weeks. But somebody who's not licensed may take 4 to 6 weeks, and then you have to be licensed to be completely independent as well.
Okay. Is there any local restaurant associations?
Yes.
Have y'all talked to them?
Yes, we spoke with a rep from the local restaurant association last week. He was his name was Mr. Sam Cavanati, yeah. And he sits on the board, and he's going to share the information with the board members as well. And he was very familiar with this, and from the meeting we had, I didn't walk away thinking there was any issues.
Okay.
We'll work with them too through these next couple of months. So that one meeting was just your first meeting, but we'll continue to work with them.
Yeah, it just concerns me because I think the Color Times did a story on how many restaurants closed this year. I know a handful of small businesses that are restaurants are struggling and trying to keep their doors open. So, I mean, to charge them this much money, I mean, it might not seem a lot to some of us here on this dais, but to them, it's a lot of money. And so, people are trying to make a living for their families and their dreams, and I just feel like we got to support our small businesses here in Corpus Christi.
No, I totally understand, and I support that as well.
Okay.
But it has to be a balanced approach too, right? So.
Understand that, and we got to find the money somewhere else. Let's do it, because we really don't help our small businesses in Corpus.
Mm-hmm.
We help everybody else, the big corporations and refineries and stuff, but we don't help our small businesses. And I want to see Corpus Christi doing more for our small businesses than doing stuff for others that already have a lot of money. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, maybe when we pull this around, we pull in Ryan to see what the total goal was, whether it was, especially since the trade associations are involved. In my first life, that's what I did, and so we were pretty active, and we recognized the fact, and what is it? And what we did is, particularly when things that I was in, is we wanted to ensure that you're a viable operation, and the ones that we had that complained the most were typically restaurants that got lower scores. So we just kind of put that into our business model. Granted, I work for a big chain, but I was one of the boots on the ground, and so I guess that's the thing. If there's a perspective that the Restaurant Association is having it and they endorse this, because it's just easy to see, well, people can't afford any more fees. And I agree with the comment that was made, is that if we reduce the fee and we're not covering our costs, then the taxpayer is funding that. So if I can't afford to go eat out, but you're gonna take money from my taxes, so that way another business can we're not charging a fee, so that way another business can, it's a push-pull thing. But I think we just need to get some more feedback from the restaurant associations.
Right, we'll get you some, and we know that Senator Adam, was a co-authored the bill, and so we'll work with him and his office and Ryan. And again, there's no action on this today. It's the beginning of a several-month conversation with the council and the community, the business community, and the state.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Dr. Carey.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, Council, our next item is timely because there was a COG meeting last week, and we did communicate with the City Council, but we wanted to just have, real quick, have Peter Collins come up. The reason he is on the COG as one of my appointees. He's also the treasurer of the executive board of the COG, and he's on the executive team of the COG. Last week, the COG took some action on some of the bylaws, and Peter's going to just brief you on them. I also want to recognize Emily Martinez, the executive director of the COG, who's here, and thank you for being here, Emily. And Peter, we'll turn it over to you for a quick briefing on what took place last week.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Collins, CIO, on the executive committee for the COG. Got my voice and losing my voice. But anyway, you mentioned Emily Martinez. One thing about this executive board for the last couple of years, we've been extremely proactive. We had a decision to make, hiring an executive director that can move the COG forward. COG's been frozen in time for quite a while, and Emily Martinez, who was on the hiring committee, was definitely the lead candidate for that selection. Since then, she's proven that we were correct in selecting her. So do appreciate the work she's done and the work she's going to do. But it's really interesting. We're going to look at the bylaws pretty quick. But the last time the bylaws actually had any action was 2011. So we started actually in 2024. And then obviously now in 25. And we're taking a couple items for forward, which we had a board meeting last week, and these items were voted in. But it's interesting, no action from 2011. So we're moving forward. So I'm just going to review them real quick. And this is actually the first time I get to do a presentation since we redid the council chambers. And what's nice is that we got the monitors up so I can look at council, speak to you all, and then read off of there instead of looking down. So, okay. So these are the ones that have already been voted in. The council shall elect officers at the December meeting. The next one, advisory member representatives will be elected to the executive board at the first meeting of every year. The council shall meet a minimum of 6 times a year. Well, when we refer to the council, it's the board of directors meeting, right? The ones that we have. And they were every year. And we're trying to gain efficiency at the COG that, you know, do we really need to meet 12 times a year? No, we can meet 6 times a year. And if there's something that warrants another meeting could be called. Agenda packets will be delivered electronically. I know a number of you are on the board, and you have all that paper to go through when you walk in. It's like a big old binder full of stuff. This will save on some costs with all the printing that we've been doing. The executive board shall meet quarterly. This is good. Before, it was kind of roughly defined, but we do need to meet quarterly, and if we need to meet more, we're not scared to meet more than quarterly. And a quorum, this is a big deal. A quorum will be determined by a simple majority of the board, okay? There's so many times there's been a real issue trying to get a quorum, and which leads me to the next screen. God, it worked. No, it didn't. There. The next screen is actually with the board of directors, the representation. It boils down to how many votes we all have in the COG. So right now as it stands, we have 82 board members, okay? We want to decrease it to 57. It just makes sense. It's whoever's been to the meetings, the big deal is, do we have a quorum? No, we don't have a quorum. Or calling people to come. But 82, is that really efficient? It's not. And we all realize that on the executive board. The thing is, that's even another interesting fact. The last time that this has even been considered to change was back in 1966. So, again, moving forward into the world that exists today, where things have changed dramatically, it's roughly 69 years. So I think it's time for a change. So how does it work? So we're going to decrease it down to 57. Each county is allotted 2 official representatives, okay? So all your counties, they get two votes. Each incorporated city receives a minimum of 1 official representative. That's all the cities that are incorporated. And if you look below, you'll see the list of the cities. Now, to try to compensate for population, what you will see is any city that's over 20,000, they receive 1 more. If you have a city that's over 50,000 population, they receive a total of 2 more, so that would be 3. And then again, over 100,000, which Corpus Christi is the only one, we have 4 votes, okay? Now, Kingsville has 2, and Portland has 2, being cities based on that population. Now, the thing is, this is work in progress. It wasn't approved. We're going to be looking at it again after the first of the year, and then we can move forward with it. So that's where we are. I think all these moves and what we already voted on is positive direction. But I also, what I like is that the conversation has started, what can we do with the representation to make it more effective? Any questions?
I don't think we have any questions. Peter?
Just as a reminder, we do have 4 council members that sit on the COG today, as appointed by the council. So that includes Councilman Hernandez, Councilman Barrera, Councilwoman Campos, and Councilwoman Paxson. And then there's 5 staff members that I appoint and the council confirms, so that we have a total of 9 that sit on the board today from
Thank
our
you.
city. Yes, ma'am.
Peter, thank you. Thank you for
Good.
the
Thank you, Peter.
presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to talk a little baseball now, and Brady's here. Mr. Ballard, the general manager for our Whataburger Field and the Hooks. And so you saw last week the announcement that the Astros sold the Hooks. And yesterday we had a chance to meet with the new owners and Brady. And I will say I think it's going to be a positive move for this city and for baseball here and the Hook Stadium. Brady's going to help share the information this morning with the council. Brady?
Yeah, and I believe, thank you, sir. I think there's an internal memo distributed along with a press release, so really just here to address any lingering questions, but I think it was stated there that it really fan-facing, nothing changes. We remain an Astros affiliate. It's Astros players, their player development, and it's really on the business side that items change. And you'll recall this occurred once before back in 2013 when Ryan Sanders sold to the Houston Astros at that time. So it's really a repeat of that situation. So really any lingering questions, wanted to assure just we addressed, as this is all new to our staff as well. As we were meeting yesterday, the HR team was in town to meet our staff. So this is all fresh in our world also.
Great. Well, if you say it's good, then thank you for the memo, but it was very self-explanatory. Sure. And we appreciate the investment, right, into our Hooks, or continued investment.
Yeah, and DBH, Diamond Baseball Holdings is the ownership. They own now 48 teams as they acquired the 3 minor league affiliates in one transaction. And so they're well invested and very strictly into minor league baseball, and they've been in some of the most historic markets in minor league baseball as well as new. So know many peers and people in the industry that have gone through this as well, so it'll be good.
Great. Maybe you can just send us a little update in the form of a memo, in 3-4 months from now, just to see how everything's going.
Yeah, see how things are going. Is that what you said? Okay,
Yes.
we can do that.
Thank you, Brady.
Very good. Thank you.
Oops, sorry. Thank you for being here. Just one other quick update and then 2 final ones. So Nick is going to provide the council with a water update on South Texas Water Authority. We know their board met last week, and Nick and I have been engaged with their general manager, John Matez. And so we wanted Nick just to provide the council a briefing, quick briefing, just a couple of slides on where we are with this water project.
Thank you, sir. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. As the city manager said, we just want to give you a brief update on the status of the South Texas Water Authority new water supply project. So on December 9th, a contract amendment with 7 Cs was presented to the STWA board. At that time, the STWA Board of Directors decided to table that agreement and wait till a workshop could be scheduled to go into more detail. That workshop is scheduled for January 13th. After that workshop, we're told that there will be an STWA Board of Directors meeting, at which time they may reconsider that contract amendment with 7 Cs. STWA has stated that they would be available to provide a update at our council meeting on January 27th. We've also been informed that the initial project would be 3 million gallons a day. And understanding what South Texas Water's demand is, that would leave a possibility of 1.4 million gallons a day available to Corpus Christi Water. We have been told that the project location will change, so the addition of a new conveyance line from the new location to our infrastructure would have to be constructed. And to that point, CCW is working to coordinate a meeting later this week with STWA and their design engineers, which is ICE Engineering. And that concludes the update of the information we have from the South Texas Water Authority.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for the presentation. Councilman Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have an agreement with the South Texas Water Authority to provide 3 MGD?
3 MGD a day, Red. We have a contract that council approved last week. Yes, sir. For 3 years, it was extended.
And then you're saying that South Texas Water Authority has an agreement with 7 Cs for 3 MGD?
The proposed contract amendment would be for 3 MGD, and I think their initial discussions at that original site was also for 3 MGD.
But then you also said that there may be a difference that might be available to the city. What'd you say?
That's correct. I mean, they currently don't utilize 3M, their demand isn't 3 MGD every day. So there's some talk of some additional spare capacity, we'll call it.
But
yeah.
But we have an agreement to provide 3 MGD. Is it a take or pay contract?
It's not a take or pay.
It is not a take or pay contract, and our contract with them was extended for 3 years under the same contractual terms.
But right now we're going to sell them 3 MGD, but they're working on a project to create 3 MGD, of which they might not use all of it. I'm just trying to figure out how this all works. If we're selling them 3 MGD, I guess they need more than 3?
Well, so the project, if executed, would take time. So they extended the contract with us to give them 3 years to have water security.
Okay.
Assume that in the 3 years the project's built, then they would cancel, they would no longer renew our contract for water and buy it from Seven Seas. We're not showing you the price here, but it is a more expensive water, according to John Matas, the general manager. So these are some of the questions that they need to answer amongst themselves. But in the meantime, we're securing water to them. They've been a long customer of us. The difference, because the city, one reason we're presenting it today is we had talked about a 10 MGD project for this city.
Right.
But now they're saying that really only what might be available is 1.4 million that we could buy. Right, Nick? I mean, that's what they told us last week. So
That's right. We were informed that that they were targeting that 3 MGD plant design. They would be open to further discussions, but again, South Texas Water needs to come to an agreement with Seven Seas on that contract amendment before they can have further discussions with us.
And the contract amendment, among other things, at least includes a different location for the well field?
My understanding, it's a different location and it's a different disposal method of the effluent from the brackish RO treatment.
That makes sense. We don't know the location, right?
We haven't been informed of the location.
we know generally where it is, Councilman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are we sharing that?
I don't know if it's shareable.
All right, well, don't tell me if I'm not supposed to know.
They did tell us, and I confirmed with the entity.
That's fine. So, but I guess my point is, if they end up getting 3 MGD and they don't need our 3 MGD, 3 years from now, we have 3 MGD to into the kitty. So that's fine. My sense is our 3 MGD is 50% of their new 3 MGD, but that's their issue, not mine, I guess, not ours, right?
That's good. Yeah, sounds like you're in that meeting almost.
No. Full disclosure, I called Nick yesterday to get
okay. I was going to say, how do you know that?
I said, I'm from Kingsville, man. You got to tell me this twice before it sinks in. Okay. So thank you, Mary. I got what I needed out of this.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
I guess the challenge here for them is trying to find a contiguous amount of property that they can put their facility in and actually put water in the transmission line that they have. If they can't get enough property, you run into the problem that we're looking at with the Nueces County Conservation District, right? Because you can only get so much water from a certain amount of acreage that you have. So, and that's important. That's the right thing to do to make sure you manage the water for everybody within that area. But you still, I mean, we need to be careful of that as well with any wells that we're drilling, so we don't affect our neighbors. So I think that's the challenge that they have. And obviously, they would love to sell us water to kind of supplement their higher cost of water from this project, and we could use all the water we can get. Hopefully, if it does work out, we'll get 3 million gallons a day back, plus whatever additional capacity there is. I think, whatever small amounts of water we can get from multiple locations is a good thing. Let's not poo-poo it just because it's, 1 million gallons a day here or, 4 million gallons a day, whatever it comes out to be. We need every drop of water. Thanks.
Councilman Bonetta.
Here, just real quick, I said on the radio this morning that, we welcome all the other resources because what it is that it's going to allow our surface water to replenish if there's other resources. And then the market's going to be the difference. Surface water is the most inexpensive water. So I think if let's say, for example, brackish water desalination is, I don't know, I'm just going to throw out a number, I don't know what it is, $9 to $10 or $8 or whatever, then, if we have cheaper water, then we're going to be in the same position where they're asking themselves, okay, are we going to produce our own water, or are we going to dial that down to make sure that our reservoirs stay replenished? So I think it's a good thing. Just, it's just perspective. The demand is what's going to require. It's going to.
Right. Yeah, and Seven Seas, as Alice is here, Michael Esparza is here, but they currently are operating a reverse osmosis system that Seven Seas built. So Seven Seas is a reputable firm. We're just telling you the differences of what we initially told the council and what the update is today. So this,
Yeah, keep up the good work. Appreciate it.
Nick, thank you.
Okay, great. And then Mayor and Council, just two other things, but we did want the community to hear this as well in our motto of being very transparent to the community. So with the new look at the Inner Harbor location, with the price certain proposal at no cost to the city, one thing I recommended to the city council with that new dynamic was beginning a far field study now, having the city manage it, and having a committee of representatives of a diverse nature be with us through the entire process. And the reason we're here today is we want this committee to be assembled soon. We asked for your names by the end of this week because we want the committee to be engaged and in place to help us select the firm that'll do the far field modeling. And so the committee, as Brett will say here in a moment, will be with us for the 6 or however long it takes for the far field modeling so that we can demonstrate to them and to the community and the council the science behind the site here. So we sent a memo last week. Brett, who was in charge and still is of the Inner Harbor, is going to go through the Far Field Advisory Committee. We know some members like Jason Hale have reached out to us already. They're in the audience today, and we welcome their interest in this. So Brett?
Yeah, so I'm Brett Van Hazel. I'm the Director of Water Supply Management. So as Peter mentioned, we're currently working with council as well as internally on developing the Farfield Advisory Committee. So the purpose of the committee is to provide input first and foremost, but we also want to make sure that we ensure collaborative and transparent analysis and interpretation of the modeling process. So once this committee is put together, we're going to be heavily involved with them throughout the process. So our goal is to form a diverse volunteer group. Key is volunteer. Once we reach a committee list, we're going to be reaching out to the recommended members for that committee and getting their commitment to be a part of this team and work through the entire process. So it'll be comprised of local community members and subject matter experts. So as Peter mentioned, we're looking for council's input to get 1 or 2 names, recommendation, and for consideration to be included on this committee. The group itself is going to be pretty diverse. We're trying to make sure that we touch a number of areas. We want to make sure we touch the various customer classes. We want to make sure we touch different areas of the community. We want institutional representation, so like the Hart Research Institute, the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, the aquarium, and other institutional input. And then we want to have some local experts too, engineers, scientists, et cetera, environmental advocates. So it's going to be a pretty diverse group that we're looking to build. To help us through this, we are going to bring on a facilitator. I've been evaluating a number of different facilitator options. We have found one that is a nationwide company. They do environmental facilitation. This is kind of their bread and butter. They're experts. So they have 4 offices in the state of Texas, the closest of which is San Antonio. So we've actually reached out to them to give us a proposal. We hope to have that this week. So that'll be at least the company we're looking to have facilitate this for the entire process. And then lastly, we're working with Plummer Associates. We have an existing MSA contract with them, and we're looking to have them develop the scope for the far-field modeling effort. And we're going to get this scope, and we're actually going to hold on to it until we establish the committee, and then we're going to circulate the scoping document with the committee to make sure that we have their input as well as staff input. We're trying to be as collaborative as possible, so we're going to try to, 1, get the committee established, and then start the process of getting them included in every step of the way. So here's a very high-level schedule for all the different activities we have. So the hope is we are able to get this committee established and committed to the process by January. And then we will start the engagement process. So that'll include meetings, circulating information like the scoping document, et cetera. And then we'll have the facilitator also on board in January. And the next step after we have those individuals on board is to select a modeler. So the plan is to actually recommend a number of different qualified companies to the committee for review and consideration, and then we'll take everybody's input, make a selection on the modeler, get them on board, and the hope is we have them on board by February, and then we'll start the modeling process. Now, the goal is to have all of the modeling effort completed by April, which is our anticipated date of coming back to City Council for the contract with Corpus Christi Desal Partners. Now, I know we have a step before that. In February, we're going to be coming with options. Assuming that we're all okay and we select an option and we move forward with a contract development, the plan would be to bring that contract for consideration to council in April. So the goal is to have the modeling effort done by then. That may not be possible. More time may be needed in order to do that comprehensive model. And that's why I have on here possible time extension. So it may be that the modeling as well as everybody's commitment have to be extended until the summer time frame. But again, we're targeting April. We hope to have all that information by then, but I just want expectation management. We've had input from various experts, and they believe the amount of time that we're trying to do this in may not be possible just because it's a comprehensive process, and we want to make sure we do it right. So that's the end of this presentation. I stand by for any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, when are we supposed to get the price back?
In mid-February, we're targeting to get some price certain proposals from that firm.
So my question is, we're going to have a price back by February, more or less. Far field study's not going to be done till a few months after, possibly later on in June and July, I believe you said?
So we're targeting April. I'm just being upfront.
My concern is when that vote comes, we don't have the study back.
That's possible.
And that's my only roadblock that I'll see happening on that vote. I mean, that's the whole purpose of getting the far field study, is to make sure it's safe for the Bay before we vote if it's a good price for the Inner Harbor project. So I really hope we get this done pretty quick. I know there's a company that did it for the Port of Corpus Christi who already has the data, majority of the data of the Inner Harbor. It'd be pretty smart to finish where he left off of, However, it just concerns me that we're not going to have it back to vote if the price is a good price on the Inner Harbor project. And then, do you know how many people are going to be on the board or committee for this?
Not yet. Once we get council's input and we go back and evaluate the list of stakeholders that we're currently considering, we'll be able to determine that.
How are you guys going to determine who's on and who's not? Is it going to be the majority of the council names, like a voting system? How do you guys going to determine if Joe the plumber's going to get on there versus someone else?
So the way we're working on it right now is, as I kind of mentioned earlier, we're looking at different criteria. You know, we want to make sure we touch all the customer classes. We want to have representation from the business community,
Okay.
the large volume community. We want to make sure we have environmental advocacy. We have experts, engineers, environmental scientists. So we've kind of broken it down to different categories. We haven't landed on anything in particular, but we have come up with a couple names for consideration. But key right now is getting y'all's input, and then staff will put together a list touching all these different areas that I kind of mentioned. There's more. And then we'll work with the city manager to come up with a list that we believe is a fair representation of the community.
Is that going to come back to council for a vote?
It doesn't need, we don't, no, it doesn't need to, Councilman. We can bring it and present it to you, though. We're not going to reject any council member's recommendation. So you're going to give us one or two. I'm working with one of the council members, I think Councilwoman Campos, we did talk about residency. So we'd like somebody to be at least in our service region. You know, we serve 7 counties, so the question was, do they have to be a city resident? It'd be good if they are, but if they're in the region, like if they live in Portland or in Gregory, or, because we serve 7 counties, so they should be at least in our service area of CCW. But whatever you give us for your recommended 1 or 2 names, we're going to accept. The difference is that we do want representation from TAMUCC's Heart Institute, as an example. So if nobody on the council puts anybody on there, we'll add them. And then we want to balance it to make sure diversity is met. We don't want all men. We want some scientists. We want environmentalists, maybe some large volume user type people. So the goal is having a well-balanced committee. So the number, if it gets too big, it becomes unwieldy and tough. So
I agree.
9 times 2 is 18. Was thinking like 25, 22, 25. You know, add a few more depending. So it's really going to depend on your input, and that's why that's why this is on the agenda today. We want to just make sure we can get your names by this Friday, because as Councilman Cantu said, time is of the essence. So
yeah, we need to push forward really quick on this.
Yes, sir.
We'll bring going to come back.
Right, and we'll communicate with you extensively on how the committee's looking, and we can come back that first meeting in January, if you'd like, in the open meeting, just to present it. But we'll be communicating via memo and phone call.
I don't think we should get anybody who has any kind of financial interest in it, any contractors who's going to be possibly working on the project.
Right, no, that would be, yeah, we wouldn't want that.
So
Yeah.
just,
Yeah, no, agreed on that.
okay.
Yeah, that's why yeah, right. That's why we're managing it this time instead of the contractor.
And thank you for everything you're doing, okay? Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you again for answering my question, because I think initially when I asked about can I recommend someone that is like perhaps lives in Portland, is a chemical engineer, and at first I think I was told no, that it was recommended or suggested that it should be somebody from the community. But again, we serve how many counties? 5?
7. 7 counties.
Okay, so we serve 7 counties. So, especially somebody that lives in Portland and has a background with that. So I'm glad that you're acknowledging that would be acceptable. The other thing is, Kiewit. Kiewit spent, they actually didn't they use some of the same data that the port had already produced?
No, they use some of the data that, like from NOAA, and I would butcher the acronym, but it's from the National Oceanographic Atmospheric Association. I think that's what it is. So they use data that they've collected. There's other monitoring stations around the system where there's data available. So they use that type of information to input into their modeling. They didn't actually take the port's data and utilize that. They used all new data and did inputs into their program, that Mike 3 program.
Okay. Because I also remember that there was someone that was offering their services to us. They were going to reach out, I guess, to the port to see if they would let us use some of that information. Do you know whatever happened with that?
No, ma'am.
No? Okay. And the other is, Kiewit took how long to do their analysis of their modeling?
Their modeling, the modeling effort leading up to when we actually did the presentation, it was
Right.
about 3 to 4 months.
And they only,
And that wasn't, they didn't complete all the modeling.
okay, and how far did they go out, do you know? You know,
For
within,
their area that they covered, it was it was the ship channel all the way from the east to the west. And they basically stopped right at the mouth of the ship channel by the aquarium, by the bridge area. So that was it. They only covered that area.
okay, but this is going to be a little,
This will be all of Nueces Bay and Corpus Christi Bay.
Okay.
And the ship channel.
okay, because again, you know, this proposed plant is going to be using the same water from the bay to, you know, again, discharge it back into the bay. So yeah, this is like super important. Okay, so, but again, back to the point that Councilman Cantu was saying, is that we're not going to have that information when the vote comes back to see whether, you know, this council will move forward with the Inner Harbor. So I can't imagine that we would have that vote. Why
No,
would we have?
Councilwoman, not to interrupt, but we're not for certain yet. It's going to depend on the selected vendor, the contractor, so nobody can say it's going to be in time or not.
Okay.
We don't know for sure, but what we do know is the committee and the work is going to be weekly, and so there'll be a lot of knowledge and information. There could be a preliminary finding or, you know, assessment. And so I would wait till we get at least the vendor and then get their actual timeline before we rush to, or not rush, but before we get to a conclusion on will we have it or not before we take the vote. Because it really will depend on the vendor. We know some vendors have already done work in the region, and if they're selected, then they'll have a head start.
Okay.
So we'll show you that early in January after we select the vendor.
Yeah.
But I think the way I'm looking at it, there's going to be a lot of work, and the committee is going to be engaged every step of the way. It's not that we pick them and then 6 months later we show a report to them.
No, they're going to be.
Right, so there'll be a lot of meetings, and I
participating.
think they can attest, we have concerns, or things are looking great, or what, you know, so you'll have data, knowledge, and input along the way, but, yeah.
Well, and I would imagine that, the Heart Institute is probably the very first one that we would
Absolutely.
want to make sure that they're part of this
No,
you know,
absolutely.
committee.
Yeah.
Because
That's right.
they're vital. We
We agree,
you know, we
that's
need,
why I'm referencing, yeah.
And so, okay, all right, well, thank you so much.
And thank you for your names, Councilwoman, yeah, thank you for your names, we got them already.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, when you had suggested Plummer to do this far field model, they were subcontracted by Freese and Nichols to do the near field model. Were you aware of that?
On the original permit?
On the original permit?
Yes.
And so do you not see a conflict of interest with that?
No, so again, the plan is to use Plummer to help develop the initial scoping document, which will then be circulated amongst the entire committee for input and consideration. So we plan on working with this committee, this diverse group of people, to develop the scoping document that will be used.
So I'm assuming that most of the people in this committee are not going to be hydrologists, right?
It's going to be a diverse group of people that are experts, not experts.
So why not reach out to the port and ask them for their information, or their company that did the far field model for their efforts?
We reached out to a company that we know is qualified and capable of doing the modeling effort, which is Plummer. We have a master service
Are you
agreement
saying the
in place.
port didn't have a qualified person do it?
I'm not saying they don't, but what I am saying is that the city has an existing master service agreement with a qualified company who's more than capable of putting together a scoping document. And then we're going to circulate it amongst, again, this committee to provide whatever input is needed to make sure that we all agree that it's the right scope for the work we're trying to accomplish.
We can have the port review it, Councilman, if we want to do that as well.
Well, it's not the port review it. It's just you're looking at a time constraint here as well, right?
Yeah.
And if there's the data that was utilized in the far field study done by the port can be utilized, since we're talking about Nueces Bay and Corpus Christi Bay, which they included in their far field model, it seems like you could utilize some of that data that's already in place.
They may, yeah. We won't be, right. The consultant that will select with the committee's help, they may use that data. But we can check. I think the question initially is in writing the draft document, for the request for proposal. Plummer is going to help do that. That's all they're doing. But we can review that with the port if they have expertise,
Okay.
give us peer review.
What I'm trying to get across here is that I don't think plumbers should do the far field model because they did the near field model, and there might be a.
They're not doing
Not
any
going to do
modeling.
the model.
They're not doing any modeling, they're just helping with
They're just helping us write the RFP, a draft of the RFP to request proposals from modelers.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, the port, you're right, has done some of this work, so we can check with them when we get the draft, the RFP. We'll have Kent Britton and his team peer review it to say, hey, add this, delete that, since they've done it before. So it's a good idea.
Yeah, I would think it would be their engineering lead. I think her name is Sarah Garza.
Yeah, Sarah.
And that would probably be my person to be on this committee because.
Good, submit it by Friday and we'll be.
Right. Well, there you go. You got it. So I had some issues there that I want to make sure that we try and do this is so where there's no possibility of conflict.
I know, yeah, we were aware, Brett brought it to my attention that, hey, Plummer was a sub-consultant, but we got to start somewhere, and Brett and I don't write RFPs for far-field modeling, but Plummer has before. And so the good thing is that it's not going to be the final RFP. We'll have the committee review it with us, as well as the Port of Corpus Christi will help review it. So Plummer is kind of the beginning of helping us write it, because we're not experts in far-field modeling. But Plummer's done it before, and we have them under contract. So for expediency, that was the plan we put together. Yes, sir.
Well, the devil's in the details, so I want to make sure that we're doing this the right way and above board. Let's not just look at it as a check in the box. Thank you.
Nobody's doing it as a check in the box, Councilman.
No, and Peter, I appreciate what you're doing, because what you're doing by allowing this very council to have a voice on this committee through whomever they put, that didn't exist before. And I think that speaks volumes for what y'all are trying to accomplish.
This is going to be a very big effort, Councilman Hernandez. It's not a check on the box, and we want, this is a little different than the last time around, and so I recommended it, and it's going to be, we'll be here many times in the coming 6 to 8 months with this council and the community. And so, we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Brad, I think you've put a lot of thought into it. I'm glad you're going to get a facilitator. I like that. That's a good idea. Mr. Sinoni, I think you said 2 times 9 is 18. I don't think we need that many people off the council. If we all put one, you're going to get such a big committee that you can't get anything done, because you know how everybody likes to talk. Look here. So it's just, I wish you would rethink that. I think if we all pick one or choose one instead of 2. I do have the same concerns he does about Plummer. I'm going to be honest, and I think it's because of what we've experienced as far as some of us up here with Friesen Nichols. So I do understand that, but I also understand that they're not going to do the final thing, so that's a good thing. So I understand why you're doing it, to move it forward.
Yeah, their work is limited in scope, Plummer, and it's really draft work. It's just to get us going.
And I'm sure they're a good company. Have nothing against them.
And again, they're just doing the request for proposal solicitation. They're not doing any far-field modeling. They're not getting data. They're not doing, all they're doing is saying, here's the request for proposal. Then we work with the committee and the Port of Corpus Christi.
I'm good with that.
And then we issue it, and then we pick it from.
I agree with her suggestion of 1, unless anybody has an objection on that. Everybody just submitting 1 name as opposed to 2? Okay.
Yeah, it's the will of the council. We did receive 2 from Councilwoman Campos already. Councilman Hernandez just gave us 1. Yeah, so it's up to you. We'll be flexible.
Okay, Councilman Kinsey. Well, good. You've got that correction. Councilman
Quick question. Has the city ever asked the Port of Corpus Christi for their far-field study?
Yes, the answer is yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, they gave it to us after some, legal maneuvering, but we got it. We got the raw data and their reports.
That's right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That was a year ago or so.
Do you have a price tag on this far-field study going to cost?
I don't right now. I think last time we said up to 100,000.
Okay. We said between 50 and 100, yeah.
I just don't want any contractor trying to poke our eyes and $1 million or something, so.
Yeah,
we agree on that.
Okay, all right, I just want to find out about that, and then I'm with Councilwoman Vaughn about the group of people. 20-some people, everyone's in disagreement. So I think a shorter group, smaller group would be better. 12, but I don't know.
Okay, we'll work with you. We agree the smaller the group, probably the more productive.
Yeah.
When you start getting past 15, it's just, it can,
Yeah, I mean,
But we'll work with the council.
We can't even get along sometimes, so.
right?
But, yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
All righty, thank you, Brett.
Okay, and then Mayor and Council, just one more item, and then we're going to turn the meeting over to you. But the water conservation plan that we do have, we know that it has to be updated. Many on the council have asked us about this. So last week also, we sent out a memo to the council to get solicited names from you all on a committee that would work with Nick and team to update our conservation plan. We do have one, but it's been a number of years before it's been updated. And so Nick's going to give us just a quick overview of who we want to put on this committee and what we requested from City Council.
Okay.
Sure. So it's another advisory committee we're putting together to update the water conservation plan. We've requested in a memo 3 nominations from each of you and the city manager that are due by the end of this week, by the end of business day, December 19th. The plan is for meetings to take place over a 3-month period, starting in January. Our hope is at the end of those 3 months, we will have a water conservation plan that we can bring back to council for review. The goal is to gather input from this diverse committee to weigh in on the existing plan and future actions. The committee would, again, we're looking for various customer classes, including residential, commercial, industry, and institutional. And then the purpose, the overarching purpose of the committee is to develop strategies and programs the city can utilize going forward. We have, as I stated previously in a council meeting, we have already contracted with Plummer to do a refresh of the existing plan that was last revised in 2020. That refresh would be provided to the committee so that they can review that and provide any updates or any other suggestions that the committee may feel is appropriate. With that, I'll stand by any questions. I think the key point is we would like nominations up to 3 by the end of the day Friday. And if I could, just to clarify, Councilwoman Campos, my comment was, when possible, I thought it might be good to have a citizen as part of that group. In other words, if there was a scientist that met the scientific qualifications but was also a citizen of the city, that I would think that would be preferred.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, and that's the only reason that I was thinking about this person, that person is a chemical engineer and lives out in Portland, so I thought that would be, an ideal candidate. So I wanted to make sure that, that they would be
Absolutely.
acceptable. Okay, but back to this recommendation. It's funny how, it was discussed that less is better because it's more efficient as far as having the membership set up, right? So now you're saying 3 recommendations, and we're going back on the other committee recommending less. So I'm just kind of...
Well, that just came up on the dais, but I think the same applies.
Okay.
If you guys are, yeah.
So again, this is, for 3 months, and we want to do an efficient and, good recommendations and do them quickly. I would probably go with the same, about 12, I think would be a good.
I agree. Yeah. One each.
Yeah.
So Peter.
Well, at
would do
least
one each.
12,
That's okay.
And again, I already submitted some names to you.
Yes.
But only because, this conservation, like I've been saying before, it seems like, we started backwards. We should have started with conservation, before we were in the drought, but here we are. We're going to do what we can. And one of the things that I do want to see is I want to see this committee, if possible, actually go out there to some of these plants and do site visits. Because I did ask you, Nick, had you done a site visit on any of the plants? Because, we've got like Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, they're the newest. And then the oldest is Citgo. And so, we've got like a plant that's been here for over 50 years versus one that's been here less than 5 years. And so I think, we, as us being the ones trying to see who's using or who is being more efficient, I would like to propose that this committee be, and hopefully industry is listening, which I'm sure they are, that they would welcome that they would welcome, committee members that are interested to see how they use their water. And, like, for example, how many times do they reuse their water? I don't know. So I just would like to throw that out there and see if, that would be something that the committee would like to take. So yeah, I guess that's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, so I think that's it. Nick, thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Peter,
Nick.
I think it's clear. We're going to do one across the board.
We'll do one
for
across
both.
the board for the two committees.
And please submit them by Friday.
By Friday.
Sending them to
Nick or myself.
Nick or yourself. Okay, thank you. Nick, thank you very much. And that concludes your report.
It does, yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So as we begin, or as we have begun today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address that this council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity, and we will not tolerate violations of decorum. Here, we are here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that spirit. If you would like to speak on a specific item during its discussion, you do not need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. I'll ask the city attorney at this time, Miles Risley, to review the council meeting rules of decorum that will appear on the screens above us.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Okay, great. So that puts us at section G, our board and committee appointments. Rebecca.
All right, Mayor, before we begin, can we ask for public comment on our board appointment?
Yes, I'm sorry. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment on item number 8, which are appointments to the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau, the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, the Port of Corpus Christi Authority, and the Reinvestment Zone Number 6 or Barisa Village Board? Okay, there being no one, I'll close public comment.
All right, Mayor, then we'll start with the first board, which is the Corpus Christi Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. There are 6 vacancies representing the following categories: 1 community at large, 2 attraction industry, 2 hotel industry, and 1 lodging at large. So the CCVB makes recommendations to the City Council through its nominations committee, executive committee, and board. The CCVB always nominates 1 more individual as an alternate per category than the number of positions available for the council's consideration. So the CCVB is making the following recommendations for reappointments, and they are Jennifer Lita, Community at Large, Steve Banta, Attraction Industry, Zach Jurasek, Attraction Industry, Devin S. Botka, Hotel Industry, Christoph Kusiewicz, Hotel Industry, and Amy Granberry, who's Lodging at Large Industry.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to reappoint. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay. So next we have the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. There's 1 vacancy open.
Okay, so we have Chad McGill, Alex Garcia,
Scott Corliss.
Scott Corliss. Okay, we'll close nominations. And this is for 1 opening, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I will start with Councilwoman Vaughn.
Corliss.
Corliss.
McGill.
Ms. Paxson?
McGill.
Corliss.
All right, Mr. McGill is appointed. Next, we have the Port of Corpus Christi Authority. There is one vacancy open.
Oh, yeah, we're opening nominations. Go ahead.
I would like to nominate Dr. Jim Klein. I think he's the only one that is certain, that is closest to an environmentalist. We haven't had that, so I strongly support Dr. Jim Klein.
Okay, Dr. Klein,
Michael Hunter.
Michael Hunter. I'm going to nominate Diane LaRue. Any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations. And I will start with Councilman Cantu.
Hunter.
Hunter.
Ms. Paxson? Did you hear what she said, Norma? Can you say it again, please?
Hunter.
Thank you.
Hunter.
LaRue.
Hunter.
Dr. Klein.
Hunter.
All right, Mr. Hunter is appointed. Last, we have the Reinvestment in Zone Number 6, Barisi Village Board. There's one vacancy representing the category of city landowner or designee, and staff recommends the appointment of Interim Assistant City Manager Dan McGinn.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
And Ms. Paxson, did you?
Oh.
I'm sorry, we didn't include her. Okay, thank you. So then additionally, the council appoints a member of the board to serve as chair for a one-year term beginning on January the 1st, 2026. The current chair is Councilmember Kaylin Paxson. And that's for chair, just like we do with the other tourist boards.
Move to approve.
Move to approve? Okay, Ms. Paxson,
As chair.
is there a second?
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right, thank you very much, council.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. At this time, we're going to move item number 31 up the chain here. So item number 31 is a resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement with cities of Alice, Beeville, and Mathis regarding sharing of resources to improve water and wastewater services.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick comments, and as you stated earlier, we have representatives of Alice and Mathis and Beeville. Actually, the representatives of Mathis had to depart for a meeting. But one thing I want to say is we continue to work with our partners throughout the region. We've collaborated for a long time with Alice, Mathis, and Beeville. Recently, during one of our water meetings, we talked about formalizing the collaborative agreements so that we could share resources. When we talk about that, we at CCW were blessed with a strong engineering team. We're blessed with a strong operations team. And we want to be able to share those resources with these communities as needed. And it goes both ways. Both Alice, Mathis, and Beeville can share resources with us as well. We feel that it's a strong commitment when we all work together, and it certainly makes life a lot easier when we're trying to solve these difficult problems together. Mayor, with your permission, I believe Michael Esparza would like to say something, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Mayor and Council, good morning. For the record, my name is Michael Esparza, City Manager for the City of Alice. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with my colleagues from Beeville and Mathis. Especially want to recognize the City Manager, Peter Zanoni, and Corpus Christi Water COO, Nick Winkleman. for the steady open line of communication and the spirit of partnership they've shown us throughout this process. In Alice, we've been very intentional about doing our part for the regional system. For the last 6 months, we've been operating on desalinated brackish water, and today, right about half of our water comes from the ground. And that means that we're drawing, we've lessened our draw from Lake Corpus Christi by half as well. So before this project, getting this project online, our goal is to be as self-sufficient as possible, and we still want to be a reliable regional partner to Corpus Christi. So this interlocal agreement, it's a vehicle that lets us formalize and build on that work. So if you look at section 1, it lays out our clear purpose, which is to develop a process for sharing resources so we can improve water and wastewater services in all of our communities. And like Nick said, smaller cities like Alice and Beeville and Mathis, we do not have the in-house engineering depth that the city of Corpus Christi has. And section 2 is important because it allows your engineering and consulting teams to assist the participating cities with well reviews, with supply planning, and other water and wastewater projects. That expertise can really make a difference for cities like us. Those are exactly the kind efforts and investments that we've made to stand on our own feet in Alice and move us in the direction of a more connected and resilient regional water approach. But just as important to that, this is not written as a one-way street. In section 2, the city agrees to share staff and technical expertise during water or wastewater emergencies, and to make our staffs available to assist each other with issues in our partner cities. And from my seat, that absolutely includes me personally in my role as city manager, bringing our 6 months of desalination and groundwater operating experience to the table. So working directly with Peter and Nick and their teams, when there's an operational need and we can be of an assistance to help move a project forward, we'll be there for you guys as well. And of course, section 3 gives city managers the authority to develop additional projects, but under this framework, be assured that anything that involves funding will come back to each respective city council. So from our perspective, the message is pretty simple. We have built our system to be more self-sufficient and to significantly reduce our draw on Lake Corpus Christi. We are planning by the end of the first quarter of 2026 to reduce our usage by roughly 90%, which will further lessen the overall water demand that Alice places on Corpus Christi's regional system. This interlocal agreement gives us the structure to keep doing that, sharing experience, coordinating projects, and looking at water the way water really works, which is regionally. On behalf of the City of Alice, I respectfully ask for your support and look forward to continuing this partnership with Corpus Christi, Beeville, and Mathis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza. We really appreciate it. We appreciate everybody that's here, your colleagues, and this partnership. And so I'm really grateful that our staff worked well and you all stepped forward too, because as everyone knows, and I know it's a little cliche, but working together, we're stronger. So
yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your comments today. Councilwoman Vaughn.
I think this is a wonderful idea. It should have been done years ago. We are neighbors and we should be helping each other. So thank you. I don't know who came up with the idea, but I love it. Thanks.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just the same sentiment. I mean, we all have the same problem, and I think it's whoever came up with the idea. But I also want to recognize the Mayor Pro Tem from Beeville, Texas, Mayor Pro Tem Benny Puente para la gente, as he likes to be known. But not only is that Benny's taken a big, he's taken a lot of initiative to be able to help solve water problems for the region. He's very much involved in TML as well, and the region. What's the title that you hold? Region President. So, from the smaller communities to be able to say, hey, we're going to take some leadership, so that way the state of Texas understand that's where that's where the rubber meets the road. And then I also want to comment, their new city manager, Andy Jocelyn, the last time I saw him, he was wearing burnt orange tie as well. So I think that, of course, that may stand for the Trojans. But anyway, great work to Mathis, Michael, and Cedric, and Peter. I mean, this is a great thing. Nick, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Councilman Hernandez.
Michael, I appreciate you doing the presentation. And I've said this to you personally, but I think you guys in Alice are, we're geniuses to do the brackish water desalination first. You had foresight 5 years in advance, and you guys don't deserve enough credit for the work that you've done. And so you've allowed us to keep some of our water back from Lake Corpus Christi. So I appreciate you and the efforts you and your city council have done in Alice. And I just want to identify that publicly, that you guys look like the smartest people in the room right now. And I do appreciate you offering working with the city of Corpus Christi as well as the other cities to kind of help us solve this problem that we're facing. And your expertise and foresight are invaluable with regards to that. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, and my city council and our mayor are very supportive of this agreement, obviously, because, they approved it. But looking at us, we're almost at the tail end of completing our project. And what we talked about is, we're not, just isolated, because there's a line of cars driving to Corpus Christi for work every day. So if we can help however we can, we'll be glad to do it.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Roy.
Thank you for your presentation. I want you to know that this is a time we need all hands on deck, and I appreciate the fact that everybody's coming together as a region. And because at the end of the day, this issue it's a complex issue, and I think that the more brain power that you have, the better it's going to be. So again, I want to thank you and look forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor. And yes, I just also want to make sure that I extend my agreement that this should have probably have been done years ago, but we're not going to go there, right? We're here now, and I think this is the best approach to our water, issues, is that we all need to be working together. And just out of curiosity, how much water do you get from your desalination plant?
Right now, we're getting about 1.5 million gallons a day. We're scheduled to be full-fledged at 3 million gallons a day at the end of the first quarter of 2026.
Okay, and with the 3 million gallons a day, that will fulfill the 90%? Is that what you said?
Well, we always want to do a little bit of our surface water to keep our plant active. Now, it doesn't always have to come from Lake Corpus Christi, because we have a terminal reservoir, Lake Findlay, as well. So when we fill that gives us at any given time 45 days of water. So, just kind of like how you guys choke Canyon to Lake Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
Well, we're Lake Corpus Christi to Lake Findlay, and so we have that buffer as well, so we have multiple sources. But once we get full-fledged on desalination, our average usage can be about 3 million gallons to 3.2 sometimes. And so Lake Corpus Christi, Lake Findlay will be able to get that going. So we're still estimating, and we budget to pull some water and pay for that water to you guys, but we're hoping we won't need that. So the 90% is we may have 10% of the water that we'll be drawing. And the way we're looking at it also from the standpoint of the draw from Lake Corpus Christi, Mathis and Beeville and Alice, we're the three that are in the same boat buying that raw water from you guys. And so that is a water demand that Corpus Christi has as a whole. And once Beeville gets their project going and we do, that just helps the whole region, because there'll be additional water left there.
Yeah.
And Beeville and Alice are a little bit about the same. We're at 3 million gallons a day, but remember, when we pull that from Lake Corpus Christi, there's evaporation. So we're not just pulling 3 million, we may be pulling 6 million gallons a day at any given time to set in Lake Findlay, and then of course it evaporates. We have to pay for that as well. So anything that we do is definitely going to help. But yes, we produce 3 million gallons a day, and we do have a take or pay with the company that we're using, 7 Seas, and we're at a 2.7 million gallons a day on our take or pay. And that at any given time will be closer to the 3 any given day.
I haven't kept up with the Beeville. I don't know if, I know that they were also going through a drought, but I don't know what they're looking at now, but it's like Councilman Hernandez said, y'all have been forward thinkers, and I just wanted to assure the people that we are looking out for the whole region, and I'm glad that y'all are doing your part, so appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Esparza. But
Thank you.
Gentlemen, would y'all like to?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Andy Joslin, City Manager, City of Beeville. On behalf of Mayor Michael Willow and Mayor Pro Tem Benny Puente, we thank you for your partnership. December the 9th, 2025, our City Council took action to approve this interlocal agreement because we know how important it is. I'm originally from Alice and resided in the city of Corpus Christi for a number of years, so I'm very familiar with the region and the needs that we may have. So as far as specifics about what the city of Beeville is doing, I know my Mayor Pro Tem has been involved a lot longer than I have, so I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, City Council, Mayor. Thank you all so much for this. Mr. Peter Zanoni, thank you for organizing these meetings. We really appreciate it. And the engineering is what we're really going to take advantage of. Second, third looks, advice from your staff, from the CC Water. But our project, Councilwoman Campos, we're doing a inland desalination project as well. We have 2 wells that should be ready for pumping into our distribution system around the February, March timeframe. And we're working with TCEQ and TWDB and getting their advice and guidance, also with Garver Engineering that's in charge of our project. But we have plans on putting those 2 online and getting about 2 million gallons a day from those 2 existing wells. And then we're going to drill a brand new well that would give us an additional million. And then we have 1 million coming from 4 other wells out at our Chasefield plant that we did a few years back to diversify our system. But same as Alice, eventually we want to stop pulling as much water from the lake, to help Corpus and other communities with their surface water needs. But again, we will be pulling still some water. We do need that source for our diversification plan, but this is very important to our community, this partnership. I've always thought of Corpus as our big brother, and y'all are my colleagues, each one of you. We work together on the TML boards and things like that, but this is just a level of comfortability that we have in our community now that we know Corpus is basically putting us under your wing, and as well as Alice and Mathis, we're just one big team. And I said this earlier, but when Corpus is successful and when Corpus does well, we all do well in the coastal bend. So everyone's watching you, everyone's paying attention to what you're doing, everyone's cheering you guys on. I know that, it's hard to agree on things sometimes, but that's what's beautiful about our country. We have our own opinions, we represent our own individual constituents and areas, and I just applaud you for the work that y'all have done, whether I agree with you or not. I'm a big fan of each of you, but thank you for what you're doing for us. And I can't tell you enough. God bless you. I love you guys, and I just wish the best for Corpus because, again, when Corpus does well, the entire coastal bend does well. So thank y'all very much.
Thank you, and thank you for those kind words and for being here. It means a lot that you all feel that way. It really, really does, and we don't take that lightly. The partnership is very precious and obviously critical. So we're glad that we can be here and do as much as we can together. Councilman Roy.
Sir, the only thing I had to say was airborne all the way.
Councilwoman Campos.
And I just wanted to, I guess, throw out a shout out to TML. Obviously, I don't get around as much as Roland, as Councilman Barrera does. So I do appreciate all the work that TML does, but I didn't realize how active you were. So again, thank you for being, like you said, just part of this, organic thing, not organic, but part of this region that we all, we worried about you guys. We worried about Beeville and Alice. Alice seems to already be on their way, but yes, I was very deeply concerned about what was going on, and I wanted to make sure that the people knew that we have a plan and that you all are working on it. So again, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anybody that would like to make comment on item number 31? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Ms. Paxson?
Did you stop it?
started it, yeah, because I'm doing it, yeah. Oh, my God, okay. Okay, Ms. Paxson, are you there? Oh, there you are. Would you care to vote?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. We didn't hear you vote, ma'am. Ms. Paxson.
Let me reach out
I'm
to her.
sorry. I am having some connection issues.
Okay, she said aye. All right.
Okay.
And Mr. Roy, I'm sorry, we had a little technical glitch. And Ms. Campos also. Okay, there we go.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Rebecca. We're going to pass the consent agenda, and then we'll break for lunch. Does any council member have any requests to pull items 9 through 28? 27. Okay, 27, 28, 23. Okay, any requests from the public to make public comment on any items 9 through 28? Please come forward. 9 through, no? To make public comment? No. Okay. Okay, come on up.
I'm going to make public comment on agenda item number 17. That is the American Generator Services, Monte Garza, District 1. So I love that we are being proactive and considering this contract for the maintenance of the generators that we still don't have. We don't have that generator at La Retama still. I don't think we have that generator at the Hilliard Center yet. I know we don't have any kind of timeline on the generator at Ben Garza either. So this is great that we start discussing this, but I have questions. Some of the questions, rhetorical questions that I have are, who is the manufacturer for the generator? I've asked city staff, I've asked people in leadership, and I get crickets. How hard is that? I want to know who the manufacturer for this generator is. They're expensive. This contract, we are going to have multiple generators in the future. How many generators does this cover? 1, 2, all of them? And the generator that you purchased at Ben Garza, that you took from the homelessness fund, that I told you don't do that, and you did it anyways, even though FEMA funding became available that same day, like I told you it was going to become available. But anyways, that generator, you pulled $500,000 out of that fund. This is a minimum of $503,000 to $1.5 million for services. That's more than the generator totally is. Questions need to be asked. Do not just pass this willy-nilly. Questions need to be asked. I ask so many people, what's up with the generators? How big is it? What is the common cost of maintenance on these generators? I'm one of the people that has been crying for these generators. I don't want to get a generator that is going to fail on us. I want to make sure that we have a reasonable amount set for the maintenance of it, because you know what, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, when it comes to the taxpayer money, a lot of the money goes missing. And the thing is still broken, and I'm like, I thought we had money set aside for this. Oh, we didn't set aside enough, or oh, we've got all this stuff going on. So questions need to be asked now on this generator. You're gonna have several of them. Are they all the same size? I don't think so. I keep asking about the La Retama one. I've been doing it for years, and I've gotten 0 answers. Ask questions now.
Thank you. Anyone else? You want to pull 17?
Henry Williams, District 1. And Mayor and council, men and women, I would simply like to say that the spirit of unity and cooperation that has been expressed today has been, it has been a great a great movement for our community and for our area. You know, our city councilman from Alice and our city representatives from Beeville coming together to speak that we as a community and an area must come together in unity and oneness to solve the problems that we're dealing with. And as a minister and as a man of prayer, including that God would move in the area of water, and he will move in the area of water. But the spirit of cooperation and unity is a great thing for our community and for our area and for our local cities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. Let's see. Okay, well, let's start with item 17.
Do you want to vote on consent first, Mayor? Excluding those items?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I thought we did.
No, ma'am,
Right,
not yet.
okay. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 17, 23, 27, and 28.
Yes, ma'am. There's a motion and a second, correct?
Right, but he's pulling it. Yeah. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes,
Okay, we have
okay,
a second.
all right, so,
Go ahead. Please submit your vote.
Ms. Paxson?
Aye.
Okay, can we see her, please? There she is, okay.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so item number 17 is the one-year service agreement with American Generator Services. Or Peter, would you like to go to the next, are you ready for this one since?
Say that again, Mayor?
You're ready for this one?
Yeah, we're ready. Juan's here,
right.
our interim asset
Sure.
management director.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Juan's here to answer any questions the council might have.
Mayor, members of council, Juan Rivera, Interim Director of Asset Management.
Okay, well, who's manufacturer? Let's start with that one.
So there's multiple manufacturers, ma'am, that we have on our books, Cummings being one of the general ones here, but for this contract is a maintenance contract on 25 of our 37 generators, and those generators range from 18 kilowatts to 500 kilowatts.
Okay, who was it? I'm sorry?
So it's multiple.
It's multiple.
It's
But
multiple.
So we don't know
Yes.
which one.
We don't know specifically.
When do we find out who it is?
So this is not to purchase a generator, ma'am. This is a maintenance contract. This is to provide maintenance for all our generators.
I see. So when we call for maintenance, they,
Right, we have 37, as the briefing memo says, we have 37 generators throughout the city,
Right.
including here at City Hall. And so this is a maintenance agreement, and it's based on if we don't use it, we don't pay.
If we don't use it, we don't pay. Yes,
Right.
ma'am, that is correct. So in the past, we've had this same contract from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2023. That contract was $470,000 for that contract. We actually only spend $189,000 throughout those 3 years on that contract. The most recent contract, which was 2023 to 2025, that contract was for $467,000. We only actually spent $64,000 on that contract because it's only for annual preventive maintenance and repairs if they are needed.
okay. Okay, and I think some of the questions were specifically more for the La Retama
Yeah,
generator.
I'll get with Marilena.
Yeah, let's
and
get-
I don't know, I'm
yeah,
not sure
and
what
we can-
departments
we can-
work with her, but we'll get with her to get,
That'd
we
be-
know the library, the reason it's important to Ms. Garza is the library is a warming center.
Right.
And then, and the one at Ben Garza, the same thing, that's that would be our new refuge if there's a prolonged cold event where we need numerous days of 24 hours of a shelter, that becomes that. So both, we'll get the status for the council and the community. I don't know if Juan has them here this morning, but they're both due to be in soon, I would imagine.
Absolutely. And I'll sit down with Ms. Garza and I'll walk with it.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Include the brand name, that type of thing.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so this agreement is for existing generators, not the new generators that
That's
we're talking about.
correct, yes, sir.
So when those generators come online, you'll make an addendum to this preventive maintenance.
That's
or
correct,
have any-
yes, sir.
Okay. The other side of this is that this is for preventive maintenance and repairs. So you both preventative and reactive,
Yes.
correct? So how much of this contract is used for preventative maintenance?
how much of the contract. So
Right.
we have a specific number, and when that individual gets the call, they come in and they charge us. So there's not a specific set amount for the contract throughout every year. They have 500,000 on the contract. For this year, it's supposed to be 503,000 with two one-year options for them to come. But when they do come, they charge us, they send us the invoice for the preventive maintenance.
No, oh, okay, so let me take a step back here. With preventive maintenance, you have annual maintenance, you have quarterly, whatever associated with that. Now, I'm assuming they're not doing all the maintenance, all the preventive maintenance, just the major preventive maintenance.
Yes, the preventive maintenance that's on this contract are for 350 kW all the way to 500, because that actually exceeds our technicians' expertise. So
Okay.
the preventive maintenance is only for 350 kilowatts all the way to 500.
And all this is being documented in Maximo?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay.
And then everything below 350 kilowatts is maintained internal by the city staff. Preventive maintenance, which is annual services on
Okay.
these generators.
So I'm huge on preventive maintenance.
Yes,
in case you hadn't heard, right? Just in case, right? So I really, truly appreciate this contract coming to us, making sure that we maintain what we have with regards to this equipment, especially, now this, it didn't say it specifically, but are these for the diesel generators only, or is also apply to gas generators?
So we also have gas generators as part of our assets, so it includes both. But for this specific contract, out of our 37 generators that we have, 12 are already under a different Cummings contract.
Okay.
This is for the 25 remaining,
And these are all diesel or diesel and natural gas?
diesel and natural gas.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for explaining.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Cantu.
How old is the oldest generator do we have in our inventory?
1986, sir, and it's the one that's sitting here at City Hall.
1986.
And it's broken.
And it's currently broken.
Yeah.
So we did have to rent one. We have a 500 kilowatt generator that's currently rented, and it's sitting out back.
So this $503,000 is not going, we're not going to cut them a check. That's just going to be in case.
In
they
case,
do
that's
some
just
repairs and
services.
stuff.
Whenever they conduct that services, they'll.
Up to $1.5 million.
Yes, sir.
And that's going to be for parts and labor?
Yes, sir.
And then the generators that we just bought, what kind of warranties do we have on them?
I don't have the specifics on those warranties. I would have to get back to you, sir.
But there is some warranties on it,
There is
right?
warranties on those generators.
At least 10 years?
I don't know specifics, sir.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Councilman, thanks for bringing that up, because the City Hall generator just became inoperable last week or so.
Yes, sir, last week.
Last week.
Caught
so-
it during our weekly turn-on maintenance.
Right, so we'll let the council know now. So the City Hall does have two generators. One is newer. What's the age?
Once is new, 2012, sir.
2012. That one, half the building's on one generator and other functions are on another one. That's the way they configured it here. So we had to get a rental unit just in case, because the one that did go out of operation powers the IT system, and so we need that to make sure if there's an outage that our IT systems work. So we're renting one, and we're developing cost proposals, and that'll be part of the budget for next year.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you for that. Councilwoman Paxson. Councilwoman Paxson has a comment, question.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it possible to pull the bid tab up for the presentation portion? Is it possible to add that right now?
The bid tabulation.
It's in our packet, but is it possible to bring that up?
Yeah, put it over there, Juan, with there's a thing right there.
Okay.
The camera, the eye in the sky. Yes, sir. Yeah, AV control, if you can focus on the counter there. There you go. Okay. Think they can zoom in, maybe.
What is that document, Peter?
This is the bid tab that we did. It was a solicitation, pick the
Oh, right.
recommended vendor.
Right.
So this shows the three vendors that we looked at: American Generator, Fleet Solutions, and GenServe.
So it looks like you have items 1 and 2 is the on-call support, if I'm understanding that correct, up to 400 and 1,000 hours per year. below that, items 3 through 9 are the other services that we're going to contract into a regular maintenance. And it's showing an annual unit at 1 quantity per year with a cost associated. So we have Health Department, City Hall, Police Department, Frost Bank, Utilities Pump Station at Staples, Utilities Navigation Pump Station, and the fleet. So what I would presume is that these locations have multiple generators because there's only about 6 listed here, 6 or 7, and you said this is going to cover about 20 or 21 different generators. So they were able to issue us a unit cost for each of that annual service. So they would have to know the cost per generator. And I think that's what the questions were asking. So what amount did you say that we ended up ultimately paying last year?
Councilwoman, last year we ultimately ended up paying $64,000 off of a contract that was worth $467,000.
Okay, so if I take this 503 and pull out of there that quote unquote on-call maintenance items 1 and 2, that's about 263. And so that's inclusive of that 30% parts and the 20% allowance for rentals in the event one is failing. Is that's included in that 500 total?
I couldn't.
So we're presuming nothing went down last year if we only paid 60,000, which is.
So the reason why it went down last year is because we had internal capabilities to be able to service them, and we were using personnel to service those 350,000, and that's why it brought the cost down. But for this year, we don't have that capability in-house. So for this current contract, which is 503,000, what they're doing is preventive maintenance on 6 of the 350 to 500 kilowatt generators. In addition to that, there's an additional number of generators. This contract is for a total of 25. In addition to that, it's for on-call repairs in case we have an emergency like we did this past week with the city generator here.
So it's preventative maintenance on 6, on call for a total of 25.
I couldn't hear her question. I'm sorry, ma'am, I couldn't hear your question.
So it's preventative maintenance for 6 units, but it's on call for 25 units.
That is correct, Councilwoman.
And our total units is 37.
37, yes, 12 others that are Cummings, which are covered under a different maintenance contract.
Okay. And the 2 that we're ordering for those emergency shelters, are they going under the other contract or this one?
They're supposed to go amended under this specific contract here.
So was there no way for us to include that on here because they hadn't arrived yet so that we could get that?
They haven't
cost?
arrived yet, yes, ma'am.
But we would have the model.
We have the model, but they haven't arrived here yet.
And there's some warranty protection as well.
Yes,
so.
and there's warranty that's included with the generator, but I would have to bring those specifics on the warranty.
Okay. So you're saying we know that our end-of-year cost is going to be higher than last year because we no longer have the resources to do that in-house.
That's correct, yes, ma'am. But if you look at the previous contract from 2020 to 2023, we never actually get to the amount that we bid for. So the contract for 2020 to 2023, we only actually expended $189,000 on that contract that was worth $470,000. So they do a very, very good job when they come in and they do that preventive maintenance, which actually reduces the amount of times that we have to come in and call in for a repair.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so on the other contract, do we have the other 31 being annually maintained?
The other 31, I would have to look at that contract, ma'am, to give you specifics. I haven't looked at it, so I couldn't tell you for sure.
But all of them have a level.
This is a very low percentage of our overall assets in this category to receive a regular maintenance.
You're maintaining them in-house, Juan? Maybe explain that. So all our generators all of our generators have an annual maintenance program?
All our generators, yes, sir. So all our generators have an annual maintenance, ma'am, and that the other 12 that are covered are for repairs only because the annual preventive maintenance on the other 12 that you mentioned earlier are actually conducted in-house. So we have in-house maintenance that conducts general maintenance annually on those generators that are under 350 kilowatts. Anything above that actually exceeds our capabilities. There's strict standards that are enforced by the National Fire Prevention Association, 110 standards, and we don't have the capability to do anything higher than that. But the other ones are actually maintained in-house.
And so when you said we no longer have the capability to do that in-house, it's because of the type of generator?
The type of generator, yes, ma'am.
We are still doing in-house maintenance, just not to this type.
For any generator under 350 kilowatts, we do in-house preventive maintenance annually. On a weekly basis, every generator is turned on and exercised, and then we have quarterly inspections and maintenance on every generator.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for your information.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Roy.
I just wanted to clarify one thing.
Yes, sir.
I think the reason why the increase in the budget is that the generator size on 6, she said, coming up, exceed the 350 kilowatt. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have 6 that exceed 350, and that's what this contract covers.
Therefore, your cost is going to increase because you have to have those service outside of the city staff.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I think we have a motion. And we have a second. Please submit your vote.
Okay, Ms. Paxson?
Aye.
Can't see you. Okay, you said aye, right? Aye?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, perfect.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 23. That is a resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement with LNRA. I'm sorry, who pulled that item? Councilman Hernandez, your question or comment?
Okay, the project is managed by LNRA, not by us, right? We had no selection in the engineer or any of the project associated with it.
You are correct.
Nick, you had oversight review, though. In fact, that's why the project was slightly delayed.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
Explain that. We were at the River Authority looking at the equipment, but explain that process that you did have.
Absolutely. So the design engineer was selected by LNRA. They have done the lion's share of work at Lake Texana. However, the agreement allows for the city and CCW to review and approve the design contract. And of course, the agreement also allows for the city and CCW to review and approve any bid documents, the design documents, and any construction bidding numbers, the construction bids that are presented as well. So it certainly is a partnership, and I appreciate the city manager bringing that up. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I brought this up is because I was kind of surprised to see Freeze and Nichols, considering we'd been using HDR for the Mary Roads pipeline and the pumping stations for this entire time. So did we not consider that when they selected Freeze and Nichols?
So you're correct. So HDR, we've worked with them extensively on the inspection of the Mary Roads pipeline, the design of the upgrades to both the Woodsboro and Bloomington pump stations. This is the pump station at Lake Texana in Edna. The city and CCW, per our agreement, this infrastructure is solely for us. So we have that agreement to fund it. However, the station is fully managed by LNRA as it's integral to the entire dam operation at Lake Texana.
You add to that, Nick, so Freeze and Nichols is the they may be the only design firm for Lake Texana, the dam structure there, and the pump house and that, is that correct?
That's correct. So they are, the Friesen Nichols experience with dams is, yeah, I see you shaking your head, you know. And then, of course, they've been involved with LNRA from the beginning, and they are very knowledgeable of that pump station itself, whereas the work that's done at Bloomington and Woodsboro was completed by HDR.
Okay, I'm well aware that Friesen Nichols' expertise is in dams. Probably the best in the state. So I didn't know if this was tied to that in some aspect, but since it was a pump station affecting the Mary Rhodes pipeline, I thought you'd want some consistency there.
Yeah, I would say that there was a little bit of a delay there. There were a number of requests the CCW made to be further involved, to have a little bit of more oversight in the project.
Are you going to have HDR do any kind of, input or overview? What do they call that?
Peer review?
Peer review or something along those lines. I mean, just, this is the majority of our water now, right? And I don't want it to, one engineer over here and over there and then pointing fingers at each other, right? So I want just, when you have that situation, it's not contiguous with one person being responsible. You can have those issues. So I bring that up because we didn't select them. There was no bid tab. There was just us agreeing to it. But if you took that into consideration, I would still have HDR look over their shoulder.
Yeah, yes, sir. And if I could just further explain the project. So the project allows for a permanent installation of a redundant, 1,250 horsepower vertical pump. That way, if the other pump goes down, we can start the other one without having to pull the pump and reinstall.
Fully aware of what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
I understand the redundancy. Make sure we stay at Schedule 4. Like I said, just the concern there is that you have two engineers working on the same thing.
Yeah, we will absolutely coordinate, and we've done a great job. LNRA is very open. As the city manager and I were both there with rest of staff just about a month ago, viewed the pump house itself and discussed the project in detail.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. You want to?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Ms. Paxson?
Aye.
Okay, there she is. Okay, and you said aye, right? Okay, very good.
Okay, the motion carries. The next item pulled was item number 27. Councilwoman Campos, it's a one-reading ordinance designating Frost Bank as the depository for the city's municipal funds. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Actually, I just wanted to do a shout out to Frost Bank only because they have been doing, I think we've been with Frost Bank for, I don't know, over 25 years, I believe. And well, they're personally my bankers as well, but I just wanted to say that throughout the years that I know that we've been using them, I hope that it's been the same as it is for me, which is that personal touch that just, I don't know. I just felt like we needed to hear more, that this is the bank that we're using, which is a regional bank and has done a fantastic job. So, really, I really didn't want to say anything except that they've done a great job. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Cantu?
Yeah.
Question. The only bank we use for our city accounts is Frost Bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why we don't use small community banks in Corpus Christi?
Yes.
Because Frost Bank, for the record, is like a statewide bank, correct?
Yes, sir. It's the state of Texas.
So we have First Community Bank, we have Charter Bank, we have Valley Bank of Texas. There's other couple small ones in town. So I was just wondering, why is that?
Yes, Cedric Villasan, Director of Finance and Procurement. So the reasons municipalities do contract with large national banks is the collateral requirements And so most community banks can secure the city's funding up to $250,000, which is similar to your local personal funds. But the city does require insurance above that to protect the taxpayers' money. So what these banks have to do is provide what's called collateral, or basically ensure that our funds above that 250 is secured. And so there's a huge cost to that. And so your local community banks or credit unions aren't able to provide that service.
Got it. So they can get an extra insurance policy with
It's, in my experience with multiple cities, whenever we go out for requests for applications, typically your major banks are the ones that are responding. The local banks aren't able to compete. One is the collateral that's required. Two, it is the requirements we have for fraud, as far as we do a lot of electronic transactions, so we require a platform to do all our transactions online to monitor those transactions. And so some of the smaller banks don't have that technology yet to help offer that additional fraud protection. And so typically you'll see a lot of major banks responding.
Got it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You did? Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Yep. We have a second? Okay. Please submit your vote.
Ms. Paxson?
Aye.
Did you say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Mm-hmm. The motion carries. Thank you. And the last item pulled was item number 28, an ordinance accepting a grant of $7,000 from the Canned Aid Foundation for to support recycling and community engagement at large local events. Was that Ms. Campos? No, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted it pulled out so that the community could actually hear the good news about this grant. So, if you don't mind.
Very good news item.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing it out. Yeah, it absolutely is.
Sure. Philip Aldridge, Director of Solid Waste. As you said, it's a small grant, $7,000. It's the organization is Canned Aid. It's a foundation. One of their programs is a Crush It Crusade. Basically, it goes to support municipalities, organizations to enhance their recycling efforts. It helps provide training and resources needed for volunteer activities. So think like we have a large presence of Buck Days, Earth Day, Bay Day. So we do a lot of signage and collection receptacles, and we provide vests and gloves and things like that for students, volunteers that help us out. So this, again, this is just the Crush It Crusade. I just went over this here. So we have an environmental coalition with the local high schools, and they help us do. Yeah, so they help us with a lot of volunteer activities, so this will go to support them.
Yeah.
By them, we train the trainers, I guess you could say. So we have a couple of outreach coordinators. They go out to these local high schools, they train all the students, and the students go to the events, and they provide, pass out educational materials, et cetera. And that's what this grant's for, is to supply those things for them.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to make sure that the community heard this, because, I mean, this really goes out, and helps train or helps at least assist our high schools, students. And again, show back again what we all can do for the environment. And, it may be just a small amount of $7,000, but it's a lot for the students and a lot for us. So again, I just wanted the public to hear that. Okay. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. Please submit your vote.
Ms. Paxson? Yeah, we didn't hear you. I'm sorry, Ms. Paxson.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, and Mr. Barrera is not.
Okay, the motion carries. So at this time, the council is going to go into executive session on items 36 through 38 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. And then we'll come back and do items 29 through 35.
Mayor, I think we just want to get a quick picture with our partners from the three cities. If the council-
Absolutely, we would love that. Okay. Well, we will return. Okay, we're going to reconvene our meeting. And we left off at section K, which is public hearings, items 29 and 30. Item 29 is zoning case number ZN 8885, Andrea and Devon.
Zayasini.
Zayasine in District 3. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Andrew Demas with Development Services with today's first of two zoning cases, Andrea and Devon Zayasine. The property is located within District 3 at 5113 Larcade Drive. The request is from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to the RS6 Single Family 6 with a special permit. The purpose of the zoning request is to construct a parking lot to service the small shopping center that fronts upon SPID, South Padre Island Drive. Of existing zoning to the left-hand side to the west, that is the Corpus Christi Trade Center. To the south is an existing single-family home. And then we have, of course, another single-family residence across the street. And to the north, as I mentioned, the adjacent small shopping center that this parking lot would be providing surplus parking for. Just wanted to mention, we started including the public notice sign. So you'll see the larger 8-square-foot sign that's posted on the property. Of the 25 notices we mailed out, we received 0 in favor and 0 in opposition. And of course, we provide analysis and recommendation comparing the request with the comprehensive plan. It is consistent with both the Plan CC, the area development plan, and essentially being able to service and provide that commercial support for the adjacent property without extending the commercial district further into the neighborhood. So it won't allow any other commercial uses minus the one use of a parking lot. They will still have to install screening and lighting, buffering, all those good things that we require regardless of the change of zoning because of parking lot uses. The hours of operation will not exceed your standard business hours of 8 to 5. So it will not have any type of overnight activity or late night activity that will generate excess noise. But with that, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of the special permit. I stand by for any questions you may have.
Okay. Councilman Cantu.
What item number is this?
Item number 29.
Yeah, what was it again? Mark was talking to me.
That's quite all right. It's a rezoning essentially for a small parking lot to service a shopping center. So it's a request for a special permit.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, let me open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 29? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Okay.
Second.
Okay, please submit your vote.
Ms. Paxson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 30 is zoning case number ZN 8910, Paul and Melba Savoy. Now, is this in District 4 or 1, Peter? Or Andrew?
This is in District 1.
It is 1?
Yes.
Huh, okay. District 1 council member is not.
North Beach.
Sylvia? Oh, I think, did you have this on from last time? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
That's quite all right. So our second zoning case for the afternoon, Paul and Melba Savoy, located on North Beach. The request at 3202 East Causeway Boulevard is from the CR1 Commercial Resort District to the RMAT Multifamily District. The purpose of the request is to construct one single-family home. Based on the future land use and the surrounding zoning districts, which are also CR1, the request is compatible as it is surrounded by other like uses. There is a church on the other side of Elm Street, and you have some adjacent existing non-conforming single-family homes. The explanation is before the UDC was adopted, you could have single-family homes in the CR district. The UDC adopted in 2011 changed those regulations. So now the few vacant lots that are remaining for construction of a house does have to go through the formal change of zoning, but it is a like use to compared to surrounding uses. Of the 15 notices mailed out, we received 0 in favor and 0 in opposition. And again, we have the new larger public notice signs, 8 square feet now posted on the property. And as I mentioned, as part of our analysis and recommendation, we compare all zoning cases with our rubric within the UDC, which determines that the case is consistent with Plan CC, the Area Development Plan, and the future land use map. Staff and Planning Commission both recommend approval of the change of zoning. If there are any questions.
We have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 30? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Ms. Paxson?
Aye.
The motion carries. Item number 31 was heard earlier this morning, so we go to item number 32. That is a resolution authorizing execution of an interlocal cooperation agreement with Nueces County for participation in the tax increment reinvestment zone number 7, or TERS 7.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Interim Assistant City Manager. If you don't mind, I'd like to take items 33 first. 33 and 32 kind of go together, just to
Let me read
kind of the flow
33.
of the presentation.
Let me read 33, Dan. So number 33, item number 33 is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Corpus Christi, Texas, designating a contiguous geographic area within the extraterritorial jurisdictional limits of the city as a tax increment reinvestment zone pursuant to Chapter 311 of the Texas Tax Code, to be known as Reinvestment Zone Number 7.
All right, thank you. This next item, it's an ordinance creating a new TERS District Number 7 within the London area. This item was presented last summer by Arturo and Heather. With the final direction from council at that time was to work with the county to develop the interlocal agreement and then come back to council to create the zone and then finalize the interlocal, which brings us here today. So the tax increment reinvestment zone, this is a slide I know you all have seen quite a bit, but it's a special district, allows, the focus is to kind of attract new investment into an area that may not otherwise occur. It's something that's provided for in Texas Code 311. And for this particular one, these funds will be, generated within the zone and then go back to the particular project, kind of like a subzone. Similar we have on the island with the Whitecap project, that some of those funds are going to be staying within that project along with the Lake Padre. So the vision for this particular zone, this is an area that's a lot of greenfield development. This is going to allow for better planning of how we push out infrastructure to promote residential and commercial growth. This is going to enhance, hopefully we'll have some park trail development within the zone, improving quality of life. It's going to attract a new tax base and support new development in this undeveloped area. And again, this area does lack a lot of the necessary infrastructure, so this TERS will allow us to focus really on delivery of road, wastewater, water, and road infrastructure. This is the proposed zone for the area. This is exactly what was presented back in the summertime. This zone is completely, all the spaces outside of the city limits. The exception is we did, in working with the county, they had requested some properties be excluded in order for them to participate. And so we were honoring that request in our proposal here. They had asked that we remove a couple parcels that contained vertical construction on them. And so again, this map is what was presented back in the summertime. So why the TERS in this area? It's, again, primarily this is undeveloped area. It's all currently outside of our city limits. It lacks the infrastructure. Much of this existing development in and around this area is the half-acre to 1-acre lots because we really don't have much wastewater other than the northern area in and around the school. And so this TERS will be a bit different than some of the other ones that we've had. It will go towards private development and help them with their infrastructure needs. But part of the condition is that they do request to be annexed. That will be a provision that will be in place and required to participate in the TERS. They'll be contributing, again, like as a subzone, so all of the increment will stay within that particular project area and will help them defray some of the costs for infrastructure, for roads, for wastewater. These are we're currently working with the Marabella sites identified in yellow. They will be likely the first subzone that's created. We have subsequent agreements that will be needed to work with them. They'll likely also need a PID, which we're also working with them on. And then the property to the north, the proper, will be likely a second subzone that's created. And again, the increment will stay within those particular zones and help them with their infrastructure cost. So the terms for the TERS will be 25 years. And so this is important because of some of the way the loans may work with the PIDs. A lot of this increment will go towards paying down some of these PID bonds that will go towards their infrastructure cost. We're proposing that 50% would stay within the proposed subzone or within the zone, and then 50% would come back to the city's ad valorem. And then again, these are numbers from the developers that we've talked to in the area that would invest, and so it's about $2.8 billion that they're forecasting, with $198 million that would be part of new tax revenue over that 25 years. As far as participation goes, the city would be at 50% for the 25 years. The county would be at 45% for the 20. And we did speak with Delmar, so they do have interest, but they wanted us to execute the county agreement first and then come back to them and have those discussions. So that would be our next stop, would be with Delmar if all this is approved today. The composition of the board, this would be a larger one of the ones that we do have currently. Would be at 15 members, 7 with the city, 5 with the county, 2 with Delmar, and then the developer representative for one of the seats. And then the chair would be the city and the vice chair with the county. And these are some of the provisions that we worked out with the interlocal, with the county's legal team. So next steps, we will have the Delmar agreement that we'll need to work out, but we will have the second reading for creating the zone itself. That would take place in January. Then we would also have an interlocal agreement that we would need to approve with Delmar. We'll have applications for the different TERS board members, appointments. We'll have to approve a TERS project and financing plan. And then we'll have developer agreements that will both need to be approved at the TERS and council level. And that would likely be with the Marabella project. That would probably be the first one that would be ready to go. And so our hope is to kind of have all these done. Hopefully the first quarter of next year would be our hope. And that concludes the presentation. Again, this is item 33 on the creation. And then item 32 is the interlocal agreement that we have with the county.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I want to say that this is kind of a great way of looking at this, is that this gives us another tool for development that is separate from our trust funds, right? Especially the PID, and this is how I envisioned the PID to work when we actually talked about this many years ago, that it would be in the unincorporated areas and then bring them in as a way to pay for development outside of just the trust funds. So this is when you combine the two, you have the 50% of the TERS reinvestment, plus you have the PID for Mirabella. Hopefully that will continue to grow in that aspect to try and fund some of this infrastructure beyond what we can do through the trust funds. So this is I think this is a step in the right direction and a good way to develop areas and pay for the infrastructure. Thank you. And I make a motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would anyone, I'm going to open public comment. Would anyone in the audience like to make comment on item number 32 and 33? Okay, we'll close public comment. Is your motion for both, Councilman Hernandez? Okay, so it's a motion to approve item 32 and 33. We have a second. Please submit your vote.
Ms. Paxson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. We'll move on down to section, thank you, Dan. Section M, our briefings. We have items 34, and the last item of the day is 35. Item number 34 is an update on warming center activation plan and unhoused programs. Administrator, presented by Fire Chief Brandon Wade.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Brandon Wade, Fire Chief. Thank you for giving us the time to present on this and the Emergency Refuge Center. We sent a memo out at the beginning of the month on December the 3rd that highlighted some of the parameters and the criteria that we use when we activate an Emergency Refuge Center. There is a part in here just because of the population that tend to utilize the Refuge Center, where we also have the homeless coordinator and some of the work that's been done. But mainly this brief is to highlight the criteria and what we're using and what we've done to prepare ourselves in the city for cold weather when we have to open up one of the centers. So part of this with our cold weather protocol, as we offered in the memo, is to take care of those that are in the vulnerable populations when the cold weather hits. And we're concerned about mainly the hypothermia. If temperatures got really bad, we could see the frostbite, but mainly we look at the conditions that would cause the hypothermia. So we have a number of things that we do here with the daytime warming centers, with the senior centers, with the libraries, and then we also have the ability, if needed, is to open the Emergency Refuge Center as kind of the last resort to take care of those that are out in the cold weather. So this is where we'll highlight some of this and again talk about the things and the steps that we've done to constantly improve our operations in this arena. It's anything we do in emergency services is when we have an incident, when we have an operation, we go back, look, see how we can improve, and I think you'll see, and we'll talk about some of the things that we've done here. So what do we do when the cold weather looks like it's coming our way? The Office of Emergency Management, we're already in constant contact with the National Weather Service, and we talk to them about everything from drought to storms that are coming to also when we see the cold fronts come through. So when we look at that and we're in conversation with them, what are some of the things that we look for to see if the need is there to open up an Emergency Refuge Center? So is there the potential for us to see power outages widespread across the city or, you know, this community, not just maybe one line goes down and we're looking at a block. We're talking about true widespread power outages. We're looking for notifications from the National Weather Service about any storm warnings that are coming. Of course, wind chill advisories. We know we have the wind here that often comes with it here on the coastal bend. Are we going to have the extremely cold temperatures? What are the likelihood of the residents to use a warming center? And oftentimes you would think that maybe everybody would use it if it gets cool. It all depends a lot of times on the duration of what the event, if they're going to maybe leave their house or leave wherever that they stay currently to go and get transported, whether through the bus or whatever other services to it. So we're trying to see what is the duration, what's the likelihood of individuals using that center. And then we're always in contact with our local shelters and to see what is their capacity, what are they seeing, can we put some more folks in there? And if they've reached capacity, a lot of times that's a trigger point, and we'll go and you'll see that throughout this discussion, the presentation, is if they can receive more individuals or if we need to assist. So we base things here on the National Weather Service. It gives us, you know, the solid footprint of them coming to us with information. They issue out the numerous watches, warnings, or advisories. And we usually get those a little bit beforehand, again, with the conversations of knowing that a storm may be coming our way. We do look at the wind chill, we do look at the excessive cold threats, and then we're taking their advisements of what they think the weather is going to do. So some of these that we see that they'll issue, and realize some can overlap. We can have extreme cold and freezing rain advisory. So these are not just exclusive. We could have a couple of these warnings and watches come into effect. And we look at that and put that together and put the team and make the decision. So one of the ones that we first, and we'll often see, is what is a freeze watch or a freeze warning, and that's issued any time when the temperatures are expected to fall to 32 degrees, and that's the actual. That does not factor in wind chill. So the freeze watch is hitting the 32-degree mark or less for 2 hours or more in a widespread area. So the watch gets issued usually 24 to 48 hours. So we have a little bit of a heads up when they think that it might hit. into a freeze warning. So depending on the severity of it, how far it's going to drop, is it just going to maybe for 1 hour during the daytime get to that 32-degree mark? That's where we start looking at it. Is emergency refuge center recommended? And the team is together and we're talking about that. We advise our residents who need to warm up. We encourage them to use the city libraries and the senior centers during the normal business hours. So, and again, I'm going to remind you, when it says recommended, the team is looking at everything with there. We may open it, we may not, depending on the duration or the severity of the event. The National Weather Service will issue a cold weather advisory. That's issued any time when the apparent temperatures, which is the wind chill or the feels like, the apparent temperatures less than or equal to 25 degrees for at least 2 hours or expected across a widespread area. So depending on the severity, again, the duration, it may be recommended that we open up the emergency refuge center. We still will send out messages, encourage those who need to warm up during the hours to use the city libraries or the senior centers as warming center. We work with the RTA at the time. Again, we always put if approved by the RTA, but they have been very gracious and have provided free transportation every time. But our office will coordinate with the RTA for transportation. And obviously our public safety folks, the police officers, the firefighters, the medics that are out there, they also have helped with transport too when they run across individuals that are experiencing cold, and we have warming centers open or the refuge center. We also issue reverse alerts and media releases when we see the cold weather advisories coming out. So we're trying to get the message out as much as possible when that is coming. They'll also issue an extreme cold watch and warning. So that's usually issued within 36 hours of the occurrence when the apparent, the feels like temperature is going to be less than or equal to at least 15 degrees for at least 2 hours, again, across the area. The watch is usually issued within 24 to 48 hours. And remember, a watch is not the warning. The watch is less. They believe it's going to happen. The warning is they're pretty sure it's going to kick in. So when that hits, that is when we recommend opening up the emergency refuge center. Based on what we've seen in the past, that's when people in shelters are usually full at that point. So we can usually anticipate we're going to need to, take care of the overflow, and we'll open up our emergency refuge center. We'll work with RTA again for free transportation. We issue reverse alerts and media releases out to the public. The ice storm warning, that is when we believe there was a greater than 1/8 of an inch of ice that will accumulate. And freezing rain is our biggest hazard with it. And you can see we can have that ice storm along with an extreme cold weather. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you can get both of those with it. So we're going to recommend opening the city emergency refuge center, work with the transportation, and again, send out media releases. We also, when we send that out, we also put notices out. The police department's really good about putting out that out to all of their patrol officers. We put it out to our firefighters and medics that are going out there, so everybody's aware that the centers are open and we can start sending people that way or directing them that way if they need help. And the last two, we have the freezing rain advisory. That is where it's a less than 1/8 of an inch of ice we believe will accumulate. We may get sometimes, as you're aware, down here, we can get freezing rain, but it doesn't accumulate. It melts a lot of times when it hits the ground. But we may see a freezing rain advisory. Depending on the severity and the duration and what that temperature is going to be, we may be recommending opening up the ERC. We work with transportation again, things that we send out, same messages. And then you'll see the frost advisory. That's when temperatures are expected to fall in a range between 36 and 32 degrees. We are constantly, again, talking with our shelters. We're trying to make sure that they're supported. If they think they're going to see an increase in numbers, I know CCPD is very good about assisting with extra security there as their numbers go up. We make sure that they have blankets. We have extra blankets with the emergency management office that we've purchased. So we try to fill their need to make sure that they're supported. And then if we need to open something, we can, but we try to help them at first take care of the occupants that come their way. And then again, we're always pushing that out about the warming centers that we have at the libraries and the senior centers. So the daytime warming center, the city, we do use the libraries and the senior centers for public daytime warming centers. These facilities, they are open to everyone during our cold weather, and their hours may be extended. We've done that before in the past numerous times. Sometimes if we think it's just going to be a little bit cooler later in the day, we keep that open a little bit. That's, I would say, a game time decision, but again, it's constant communication with the city manager's office and all the partners that take part of that, of staffing it. And then we will always coordinate with CC, the RTA, to provide the transportation. So now our Emergency Refuge Center. This is where the city, we coordinate with all of those agencies, all of the local shelters, to make sure that they're supported. And then if that need, that's part of our decision variable that we look at to see if we need to open up. So when we talk to them, if the conditions warrant, the shelters cannot take any more, or they can't operate overnight, that's where we start establishing our ERC. Each weather event is unique. Like I said, we just went through all of these advisories that the National Weather Service puts out. So our operations will depend on the severity and the duration of the conditions. We're always talking to shelters. We look to see if the Salvation Army can take extra folks. And then based on that, that's when we have a decision point, and we try to make that decision point as early as we can because we have staff that we need to mobilize. And I think we've done well with that. That is one of the things that we've heard from the last one, was if we could get our staff a little bit extra notice. So we've worked pretty hard to put these things in place, and we can advise them really early on that this may be coming, to have preparation. We may already set up the assignments and the shift for it, but trying to put everybody on notice when it comes time to open up the ERC. Now, this is where I think we've made some good improvements. So activating the ERC includes direct supports from almost every city department. And it takes to get the workers there, to get the setup done, and have that operate smoothly. So everybody from the fire department, police department, parks and rec, human resources, planning, economic development, animal care services, and every other department that builds our 4 refuge teams that we have, so we can operate in shifts because they're 24/7 and we have to have it operating the entire time. You know, the city staff that makes up the refuge team, we've expanded that by almost 114 individuals. And that's one of the things that we were excited about that we did this time. We hadn't done before, that we held training sessions just over a week ago. Over 2 days, we held 4 sessions for training that was led by the main team that does this, to just try to provide awareness for the folks that are going to be working there, because it is you may have signed on and you work for the city doing administrative work, and next thing you know, you're operating at an emergency refuge center. And we want to make sure our folks are trained on how to handle that. So it's everything from the customer service, from food handling, cleaning, taking care of individuals, the medical side, watch out for, the proper use of personal protective equipment when handling items that are there. So we really had a good focus, and I think provided a good value to our individuals to give them training before this takes place. And we hadn't done that before. They did a great job without the training by learning on the fly and just taking advisement. But I think for us to do this training over 2 days was very valuable. And I think we trained 181 of our folks that are going to be working there. Again, just another way of how can we improve this and make it the best experience as possible during a difficult time for everyone. Let me go back. I apologize. This year, I think it was mentioned earlier, we have changed the primary location of our ERC, and we're moving it over to the Ben Garza gym. I think it's a little bit closer to where some of the population that uses it the most is, and it's not tied into the natatorium, the swim area where we affect other operations. So we've already gone over there. We've mapped it out. We can put about 100 people, what we would say, safely in there. You know, the fire marshal's gone and helped with the spacing to make sure it's not an overcrowding situation. So this year, if we have to activate, the primary source will be over at the Ben Garza gym. There's a number of things that have to take place to still make it happen. It's not just ready to stand up at a moment's notice as an emergency refuge center. You know, we'd have to bring in some dumpsters, we'd bring in some extra bathrooms over there, some lights to put up and around, because our number one thing that we're looking at when we do this center, and we make sure we call it a refuge center because it's not a shelter. It's not set up like a shelter. So it's a kind of a refuge of last resort for this cold weather. But we're here to provide shelter, safety, and food is what we're looking to provide out of that, and give them a safe place out of the elements. If the Ben Garza as our primary, if we reach capacity and we have to open, just like we did last year, the Del Mar Dome is the secondary place, and we're set up to go and open up. We'd still have to get some things ready, but I think we're prepared to do that because we had to do it last year as we reached capacity at the primary location for the ERC. So part of this, and this is our last slide here, we brought on Amanda Rodriguez with this as our city's unhoused program administrator. And she's hit the ground running. And I have this in the slide here to say we already started working with her. She's been working with Jace and the team with it as we started collaborating on what are the needs. She was part of the training and helping set that up. So she's already started being involved and engaged in this, as that is a big part of the population that comes into the ERC. So I think she's hit the ground running, and there's a number of lists of things that she's already started working on since she came on October the 20th. And that's implementing state funding and looking for allocations for homeless services, developing the staff training plan for the ERC, and she was also, again, helping deliver it and part of the planning for it. When we open up this center, if it comes to that, she'll be part of that and being out there as well to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the individuals as we bring them in there. And I think that goes a long way to say that we are already using this position and seeing benefit from it. So we thank you for that. With that, I think tracking and disseminating opportunities for funding for the service providers, this is things that we can kind of do in there. We can't be a shelter that just starts offering a bunch of services in an ERC because, again, we're dealing with mainly the cold weather and keeping people warm, fed, and sheltered at the time. But she's already been an asset, and again, those are some of the things that she's been working on. So with that, I'll stand by for any questions if y'all have any.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This is obviously this has also improved through the years, so thank you. And I know Chief Wade takes Jace, everybody, the team, but especially just everything y'all do. So it's very informative and educational. We appreciate it. The public has to know all the effort that goes into it. There's a huge expense, and I say expense, really investment in putting this together. So thank you. We really, really appreciate it. Councilman Roy.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I only have one question. Unfortunately, security nowadays is got to be top of mind. So do you have, like we have a remote, what do you call that, where you have to walk
Like
through?
the metal detector?
Metal detector that's set up so that as people are coming through there, because a lot of them have their own little personal goods and things of that nature, and there could be some things in there that we just don't want to have in a public space.
For sure. There's some things, there's laws that provide people with, their rights to carry certain things. We have CCPD will obviously be there for the main level of security and keeping organization with it, but we'll also be contracting with a security firm because they can do the wanding. So they will work on that. Obviously, we don't want anything dangerous going into this. But we will have a security there for wanding the patrons that come in, and then we'll also have Corpus Christi Police Department there as a presence for the security team.
If they have, I think the correct term is service dogs or service animal with them, do you allow them to enter with the service animal?
Yes, so we allow them to come in. In fact, last year we had a number of folks that brought them in, so we'll set up with crates. For some that are in there, with some of the larger dogs will go into crates. So we have a few of those on hand that we have with the Emergency Management Office that we keep stored. And then we'll also work with the Animal Care Services for other animals. So yes, that is part of it.
And that's why Animal Care Services is on the list.
That's right.
I was trying to figure out, I'm like, okay, what do we do?
That's right. There's laws that, there's also things, when we deal with, and not part of this, but, when you do evacuations and hurricanes and stuff, and you're going and rescue people, you have to bring their animals in with it. There's laws that protect that. So we don't want anybody not to go in there just because they happen to have their poodle with them. There's ways that we can accommodate that. So we have crates, and we'll work with Animal Care Services also.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Councilman Scott.
Thank you, ma'am. Amanda Rodriguez. I want to say really nice things about you, because if it all goes south come mid-February and it's chaos, I just want you to know we appreciate you're here. We're glad you're here, and we look forward to you doing great things. And so that's just in case I get angry in February because something happened. So now you're like, he was nice that first day at least.
I think you're scaring her.
Thank you so much. I know. She knows I'm harmless. I made a note to say hello and thank you. And the other thing is, in our financial conversation earlier today, we ended the year with a little more money than we thought, so that we do have the capacity that if we have to step this up and spend additional funds, we do have kind of a safety net to draw from. So I thought that was just good to note.
Yes, sir.
The last thought was, tell me again, last year we had how many people in the big freeze event?
Or Jennifer, how many people we had?
We ended up using.
We used both.
That's what I thought. Is Ben Garza the same size as the natatorium?
It's close. We lose a little bit of room with the foyer. You know, there was a foyer when you first walked in.
Yeah.
We don't have that. Again, we're trying to be as mindful with, these places are not set up for overnight stays, but we make it work. That's why we have the fire marshal's office involved with it. But we're looking, because we don't want to be overcrowded. That becomes a mess and hard to manage in itself. So we're looking at about 100 at the Ben Garza, and that's why, and then we could probably fit another 100 at Del Mar, give or take. We're still got to go. We're trying to get these things set up already, where the moment we go in, we already know the outline. We already know how to put the cots in. We already know the number of the folks that we can get, and we're not, trying to waste any time of where do we fit it. So we've already done those walkthroughs at Ben Garza. We've got to outline the rest of it over at the Del Mar. So it's just a plug and play operation as we move and bring cots.
So the way it works is we start with Ben Garza, and then at some point you're like, hey, we know where we're headed, and we need to activate Del Mar, and then you activate, and then RTA helps us move. So that 101st person goes to Del Mar?
Yeah, and what we would probably do is, instead of just saying now we go send one, we'd probably reduce the size from Ben Garza, say, by 25. We hit 100. You drop that down to 75, and you start moving 25 over there, and then you have a little bit of space.
Well thought out. I mean, I'm just kidding. I was so impressed.
Yeah.
By y'all's work in February. You're going to love the people you work with.
Yeah. They're amazing people, and that, I wish we could list everybody's name that participated. And I'll say, Jason and I were talking about it earlier, is we said, did we have complaints from the people that used it? And we didn't. We had thank yous, right? We had heartfelt thank yous.
Yeah.
And I would say, I wouldn't even say it's a complaint. The thing that we had from the individuals working there was, here's how we could make it better. Maybe some earlier notifications for them so they could set up because of whatever shift they were going to work. We had a lot of that. Is just here's how you can make it better. So it was they did an amazing job.
Well, and it was top down. I had the opportunity to sit and watch Peter and you run a phone call with everybody. It was impressive. Thank you.
You bet.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief, for informing us about this, what we do for our, population, our houseless population. It was brought up earlier, by Mari about the Ben Garza generator. What is the status? So it is.
So I believe y'all are going to have it, if my memory serves me correctly, y'all are going to have it in front of you to approve the construction on, I think, January 27th. Is when that'll come. I think y'all.
You just want to.
Oh, is he back here?
So
January 27th, I think y'all are going to have it in front of you to sign off on the work to be done.
Really? Well, that'll be a good birthday for me because that's my birthday.
There you go.
So that'd be nice. And what is an MPA? I think the last thing that was said about the development. The Planning and Economic Development Department has had discussions with Dr. Scott of TAMUS regarding the development of a program for MPA graduates. Who?
The graduate students at Texas A&M Corpus Christi to have them part of a program, I think.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that a
Councilwoman.
specialized
Yeah, so Councilwoman Paxson, she may want to speak here too, but she connected us, myself, Dan McGinn, and Jennifer
Okay.
with Dr. Scott, who she knows from her studies there. And we talked about increasing our staffing with interns from the university, from graduate level students. And so Dr. Scott is developing the goals of what that program would look like. I think to start next semester, not the spring, but when would it be? Yeah, let's have Jennifer get the details. They work more with them after that.
The internship program probably wouldn't start until the next academic year. We're working on some things for her Masters of Public Administration programs, the MPA students, when they go through a program evaluation. We're working with them on that, and then Dr. Scott put together a grant, and we're coordinating with them on that. We found several different ways that we can work together.
So these are the interns, possible interns that we're going to get to help us with this, with our emergency refuge?
The interns would not be involved in the Emergency Refuge Center.
Okay, well.
They might be involved in projects that come out of these next steps of the collaboration that we're developing with Dr. Scott.
Well, that's one of the things that I wanted to find out, like how much do we help out the ones, that do arrive, and then we say, okay, for in the future, because like you say, it's just an emergency. What kind of assessment do we give them? I mean, so do we say, well, listen, you could, if you really want help, this is like dismiss. I just met with them, and I'm very, very pleased with their program and how they've been able to house people. I think I heard 50 people. So I'm just curious, do they get that kind of assessment, or is it just like, no, you're just trying to keep them warm?
We're trying to keep them safe, warm, and fed.
Yeah.
If somebody brings up a need or a want, or we observe something, but there's a few of us that are able to make a connection or refer them to something. But with 100, 150 people coming and going there over a couple of days, any sort of case management or one-on-one interaction, it's just not possible, and we're not providing services. But if somebody asks, we try to refer them, we try and make a connection, if we're able to. We're not always able to, just to the nature, but it's not necessarily something that, a service that we're providing. If we can, it's kind of icing on top.
Okay, so you're not focused on that, but.
No, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, and what about the count, the homeless count? Do you know when that's going to occur? Or houseless?
January 22nd.
Okay. And it's the Salvation Army that heads that?
No, ma'am, it's a Homeless Issues Partnership.
Okay. And how do we get a hold of them? Because someone asked me, and all I could say was, well, Marty.
I have an email that we can forward to you, ma'am.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yep.
I guess that's it for now. Thank you.
Jennifer, that's a flyer on the point in time count?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll send that to the entire council, just so everybody's aware.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Peter. Councilwoman Paxson has a question or comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that presentation, Chief Wade. I just have a couple of questions. I see in the presentation that based on the National Weather Service, we have identified criterion for whether it's severe winter, extreme cold, or just an advisory. But what I don't see is the exact link to these parameters listed for when we actually activate the Emergency Refuge Center. We identify what dictates each of those parameters, but not where they're going to activate our response. Is that listed somewhere, or is that something that you activate case by case?
Yes, ma'am. So that's where we actually activate it based on case by case. Again, we try to look at it and say, what is the duration of it? So if they're saying we may drop down to 32 degrees for 2 hours in the day, and it's in the middle of the day, it could be at 11 a.m., and we're expecting 2 hours. We're going to look at that, see if there's a need. Again, we go back and we talk to the shelters. Are they at capacity? If they're not, they may be the ones that be able to take the individuals that are looking for overnight shelter or warming. Our warming centers will be open during that, But that's where we're trying to look at all the different factors. If we just go by just this one number and we're activating, if it hits it for, 1 hour, 30 minutes, are we opening it up for 24 hours or what have you? So we try to take the different factors that are in there. We talk to the team, everyone from the city managers involved, to almost every one of those agencies to try to make the best choice, and then we get that information out. So we don't have just a hard, fast number. We try to base it on the information that's provided, the local shelters, and then we usually err on the side of caution like we did last time, and if we see the need, we open it up early so we're not trying to do it last minute.
What do we need to do to make some modifications? Because as recently as, 2 weeks ago, we had 2 or 3 consecutive days where overnight temperatures were in the 40s, low 40s, and the feels like we're in the mid to low 30s. I realize that the actual temperature there doesn't warrant an actual freeze based on the National Weather Service criterion that you've presented. But at an entire night or several hours or multiple nights, that can be some hazardous conditions. And when I reached out, there was really no plan to activate any sort of resources.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that we try to take into account and we try to balance. So I think recently, like, Good Sam will open up, and recently they haven't even been full with people utilizing their shelters with it. That is the battle every city that opens up emergency refuge center faces. What is cold? And what's cold to one is may not be cold to another. That is the challenge we truly face. So we try to look at it, because I want to put the reminder out there, city operations stop in some form of capacity when we open one of these up, because we don't have a team of 100 people that are dedicated to running a shelter or emergency refuge center. We are pulling people from their jobs, and those things are stopping. So we try to have something, and we're using the National Weather Service as our base, and we put those recommendations, or we put when we're going to open up, like when we hit the cold extremes, and we're opening it up. That is going to be a challenge we face every time is what's the temperature we want to do it. That's why we're trying to use the National Weather Service. We try to put our partners together, and we try to talk to our local shelters that are here and base it off that. We could set anything that we want as a city. Y'all have that choice, and the city manager has. If we wanted to set it at 60, you'd set it at 60. If you want to set it at 40, we'd be opening up a lot too. So we're just trying to go by what we've seen in the past, the ability of people wanting to use it and going over there, because having done this in some other places, when we think individuals want to pick up and move and go to a cold weather emergency refuge center, sometimes they don't want to when it's 37. They don't want to move their stuff. They don't want to lose wherever they're staying. That is a challenge we face. And for this year, this is kind of the guidelines we set.
So I realize that. I know that there's a lot of factors that go into place. But as someone, you just said that we have the ability to set those types of things. But there has been 2 to 3 occasions recently where at least myself, and I feel like at least 1 or 2 other council members have reached out to voice concerns on a specific weather episode, and we're told the city's not doing anything because it's not below 32 degrees. That's a problem. We need to, in my opinion, like Councilman Scott just said, we have found some savings in the budget, and I'm not saying that all of that goes to this. What I am saying is that if our answer is we're not activating a center because of XYZ, if one of those is that there's already resources in place, maybe we consider making a public service announcement directing to those resources. Because I'm not being told that. If I'm saying the feels like is in the low 30s for the next 3 days, and I'm told that our actual temperature is not 32 or below, so we're not doing anything. I'm not being told we've already called Salvation Army and they're not full. We've already done XYZ. That's not being communicated. And if we have access to talk amongst each other and that's not being communicated, then there needs to be a better plan for how we communicate that publicly. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. And again, I think when we get that, we can ensure that we're trying to push messages out to that vulnerable populations that we typically see if there's other shelter space and things that are open, if we're not opening one ourselves.
Mm-hmm. With this new homeless coordinator position that's been here now since October, has that individual made contact in our network of service providers?
I'll let her, Councilwoman, come up and speak on that.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Rodriguez. I've had the privilege of working with the unhoused population as well as community stakeholders and service providers since 2012. So we are very in close contact.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, and welcome aboard. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
My main driver in that question is, it looks like you are working closely with these emergency services, which is wonderful. Thank you for doing that.
Absolutely.
But perhaps part of our messaging development strategy is where you can make contact with these service providers and say, we may not be standing up for this weather event, but here's a list of who is, so they can get that word out. A lot of these service providers have really good contact with the people who may need this the most. My second question is, at several of the occurrences over the year, I've asked about us making contact with a lot of our local organizations that may not be involved already, such as our churches. We have a number of churches throughout the community that I think would be willing to help fill some of these gap situations. I understand there's a lot of challenges to that, but I don't think that those challenges should be why we don't pick up the phone and ask. We don't go meet with them and ask and say, you know, we have a gap here. And we count on you.
No, I agree 100%. And I think we're very fortunate that we have a lot of stakeholders that will also reach out to me and say that, you know, we're ready to serve, we're ready to help. I think he used the word dedicated, and I'm just so happy to be a part of a dedicated team that wants to serve our community, as well as, you know, partner with area providers and serve everybody.
Okay, so can we incorporate that going forward from this update?
Yeah, absolutely.
Opinion, a little more flexibility. If we're looking at these feels like temperatures close to freezing, I think the 30s, the question was asked, what's cold to you may not be cold to me. Well, in the 30s, that's challenging. That's a hazardous window. I think we need to look at what our resources are for extended hours of that. If the city can't provide it, then I think we need to have a strategy to make connections with these stakeholder partners so we can bridge that gap.
Ms. Paxton, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your 5 minutes is up, just so I know you can't hear over there.
I couldn't hear. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We'll look into that to your last point.
Thank you.
Chief Wade and Amanda, welcome. I'm going to make my comment here now because it's in relation to this. So I do believe we do have absolute dedication and partners. We always have. I think we may have learned a lesson I guess it was, last year, where was it, Peter? Anyhow, it doesn't matter.
Last year.
Last time.
Last winter.
And what I'm referring to is, I hate to say the lack of communication, but we did not know what organizations were maybe you did. Let me rephrase that. It wasn't that we didn't know what organizations were taking people in. It was we didn't know who, I don't believe we knew who was taking in how many, and that's critical. When you know I can put 5, remember, Carolyn, we were talking about, or it all happened where we didn't know if whoever, I don't want to point anybody out, if so-and-so was going to take in 5 bodies, if they can take in 3, I mean, I myself was making calls saying, hey, can you take, and so right there's a lack of coordination. And to me, we need to be doing that right now. are you going to open your doors?
Right.
Are you going to open the doors of the chapel that is maybe on your property? And if not, how can you help us? Oh, you can bring us some food, or I don't remember what it was, an organization, it was food. But I mean, I think all those things need to be known right now. We know the organizations and we assume, but in the moment, how many people are there? And I know y'all coordinate with them to see, okay, well, how many people do you have? But in the case of an emergency, right, just like at home, you're going to take someone in. It doesn't matter if there's a bed, you're going to figure it out. And so I think that was key in the last episode.
So, I think we're careful where we go with some of this, because I think they all know their capacity, and they're not coming to us and making something up that they're not at capacity. And then they try to take some more. And we don't ever want to push somebody into a dangerous level of they're stacking hallways and people. And that's where, as a city, if we're pushing that and something goes wrong because they're not designed with sprinkler systems and everything else, and we have a catastrophe, it only takes that.
True. But I don't think, I'm going to interrupt you, because what I'm saying is, are you opening your doors so that you have a list and you say, yeah, in December of 25, we called and you said, absolutely, we are going to take people, and how many we can't, right? We maybe, or maybe they can tell you.
Most of them, I think, understand where their capacity is, and they do everything they can to even increase that when it's really cold. And we saw that. And again, because I think they're caring people, that they do it. And we try to work with them. So I think Jason, Jennifer, and the team, and Amanda's going to be on that, of knowing who's the ones that are opening the door, where are they at with their capacity, how can we help them and support them. And again, that's one of our trigger points, of saying they're getting ready to reach capacity. We know it's going to be getting colder. That's one of those trigger points where we open up ours and we take that overflow with that. So,
but can we call them now and say,
they talk to them.
Are you?
They're talking to them now. That's what I mean.
Okay, so that didn't happen before then?
No, we did. We were talking with them before. I think it's just trying to, because we were reaching capacity and we were looking to see where we can just get more and more people, because we were already open over there and we were reaching our capacity. And then we had to go and pull the secondary emergency refuge center, and we opened up the FEMA dome.
Well, I would strongly recommend, I understand, but like I said, I was calling.
Yep.
And so there wasn't, there needs to be the, yes, we are going to take people in.
Yep.
You would assume that, but that didn't happen last time. So I'm just saying, check it off so you can say, yeah, well, we're coming.
Absolutely.
It's cold and your name's right here.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, you didn't touch on this too much, but there's a lot of things that occurred during the last February, and I would go on a regular basis when it was over at the auditorium. And I can't remember if it was Jennifer or if it was Robert that pulled some money out of his pocket to buy a man a pair of pants.
Yep.
Because his pants
I think they both probably did.
Are we coordinating with some of these assistance organizations to provide certain things like coats, shoes, pants?
You want to take that?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So yes, we coordinate with different organizations, and then in a pinch, we either staff will go out of pocket, or if we can squeeze a little bit of money out of onto a P card. I just set procurement on fire, but then we'll go and we'll.
Well, that's what I want to try to avoid, is to try and pre-plan for some of this stuff.
And we do pre-plan for it. We know that we have to have a box of miscellaneous pairs of sweatpants. We have to have feminine hygiene products, and we have to have adult incontinent items. We have a list of all of those things, and we pre-stock those.
Incontinent items. So you mean like the pens? Is that what
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In
adult diapers? I mean, okay.
The job that they did, and this is one of the things that comes with preparing it.
Sorry.
They did partner with those, the VOADs, the volunteer organizations that bring that stuff in, so much so that we brought a roll-off dumpster, because we had to take all of the soiled items, the wet clothes and the blankets. So there was a large exchange, I think, of clothes. And sometimes, again, it takes a little bit as that gets ramped up, but they did an excellent job that we filled dumpsters and brought a roll-up.
Have you assigned those things already?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so That's what I'm trying to get across is, assign these things ahead of time so they know what they're responsible for. You obviously have different organizations that specialize in different things, like the Purple Door, or, the different organizations. I'm assuming they're all participating? Who's not participating?
I think, again, when we say participating, in what faction, we talked about our main thing is to provide warmth, security, and food. That we're not bringing in a bunch of different services all over to provide things. But we are working with folks like we did last time for extra clothes and giving them the items. But the more individuals you buy, the bigger space we've got to have. So I think they've got assignments that go down the range with it. So it depends on what capacity you're looking to bring individuals.
No, I'm not talking about offering services. I'm talking about when you're there, people show up without clothes. People show up without shoes. I see guys, I don't know, homeless, houseless, whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
Unhoused, without domicile. I'm not.
I understand that the names doesn't change.
It doesn't change. It doesn't change the situation. But I see them walking down the street with one shoe on, or no, pair of socks on. So, you're going to have individuals show up with nothing.
And we provided that last time.
I'm just saying, prepare for it.
Yes.
I'm not saying that's not your reason for being there. Just you're going to have a situation where this guy's going to be walking around with torn pants.
For sure.
It's not appropriate, right?
Right.
The other side is that people come in with their animals too, right? Our animal care services there to provide possible rabies shots. I'm just saying you're putting people in a situation where they're there with these animals. I just want to, we're allowing this, right? We're not telling them to leave the dog outside.
No.
We're bringing them in.
We understand.
So you create a situation where you're going to have to, address that. So I'm not saying that this is our mission to do.
Right.
I'm just saying that if you have this scenario, you're putting people in the situation where not everybody's there with their dog, and somebody has their dog there, you're putting them in close proximity to that dog. Okay, so you have that situation. We're creating that situation. So I'm not saying that we need to do it, but just have somebody from Animal Care Services there.
Well, Animal Care Services is part of that. And
I see them on the list.
They're
but I don't
on
know
the list.
what they're responsible for.
Well, we didn't list out everything that everybody's responsible for, but we want to let you know that it takes many partners to make this operation work. And we try to think through everything that we can, and these are all good points with it, but we have Animal Care Services where if there's something that they can do while they're there, because again, not all the animals, if 50 people show up with animals, we don't have the crates for the animals. We're going to have to, Animal Care Services, Humane Society is going to have to work with us, and Humane Society is one of the partners that they have met with and coordinated with. So it's there. We just don't have the full list of checklists and everything.
I'm going by what I saw when I got there. And some of the challenges that I saw your staff, Peter, I saw you guys having challenges with. And,
many challenges that come with.
We're asking them to spend overtime and participate in this. They shouldn't be putting their hand in their pocket to pay for stuff as well.
Do not disagree.
So I want to make sure that we are, thinking about the whole thing thoroughly and not putting people in bad spots.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. My opinion, I don't think animals was a big issue. I think I saw maybe 2, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, Gil, but okay, I saw 2. I don't think it was a big issue. Usually those animals are pretty behaved with their owner. Thank you, Chief, for what you're doing, and thank you guys for everything. Have you guys done a count lately for how many houseless members of this community we have right now?
So we have last year's numbers. The 2025, the 2025 numbers. Give me a minute. Thank you. So the 2025 numbers had unsheltered at 431 and sheltered at 388, and that was in January of 2025, and that count actually took place during one of the Emergency Refuge Center events.
Gotcha. You think these numbers are pretty accurate?
Maybe.
Maybe?
So, this is horrible. So you have to remember it's a point in time count. So we all go out in one day and you count everybody. It was a really cold day. On the other hand, we had emergency refuge centers open and we could catch people. It depends on the quality of the volunteers and whether or not you can find folks. The pit count, the point in time count, is notoriously inaccurate and can swing from year to year. Our pit count will show a dramatic increase in individuals who are unsheltered, but that speaks to our pit count getting a little bit better. But I wouldn't say it's still, I still wouldn't call it accurate. We're pretty close. I think we're still, this year, we're probably a little shy. Last year, we were probably closer, but the data validity from last year is
There's about 1,000 people that are unhoused in this community.
more or less.
Okay. And how many shelters do we have with beds?
That depends. I can't give you that count off the top of my head, but shelters would include Good Samaritan, Corpus Christi Hope House, the Purple Door, Salvation Army, Metro Ministries, Rustic House, Rainbow House, but they, Good Samaritan, but they all serve different populations. Some are emergency, some are transitional. Oh, Mother Teresa Men's transitional. I don't have the bed count off the top of my head, though, I'm sorry.
Is there a need for another shelter?
What kind? Yes, most likely. I mean, yes.
Is somebody reached out to me and wanted to do a shelter, but their issue was zoning. Is there a special zoning for shelters?
Yes, and I believe there was also some either changes to state law or recommended changes to state law, but more than the zoning, we have a NIMBY problem. Because we've looked at this, is doing some sort of low barrier shelter, but we have a serious NIMBY problem, a not in my backyard problem, which is we can overcome it. And then when we looked at it, we could come up with the money to construct it. We couldn't come up with the money to operate it year after year. Because to give it to a local nonprofit to operate, they either had to take it from their existing operations, and there's not enough money for that, or we had to grow the pot and come up with operating money. And to do it on the scale and with any sort of services, I mean, you don't get that done for less than $2 million a year, what we were looking at.
I'm looking, when I'm driving downtown or driving uptown, there's a lot of homeless people in front of businesses, camping out. What's the story behind the bridge on Crosstown where they used to be at, and then they fenced it around? I think that was a pretty good location for them. They all stayed there, then going to the small businesses and camping out.
So it's against state law to camp on city property or government property that is not designated for camping. That's state law. So camping there was illegal. Two, you had some drug traffic going through there, and it wasn't always safe conditions. It was convenient for service providers because when you were looking for somebody, you had a really good place to start. And they often felt safe because they were together and not spread out, and they had safety in numbers. But it wasn't always necessarily safe. There was also some violent crime that happened through there. Plus, it's not allowed there. I'm not saying I'm not giving a plus or a minus or pro or con about that location.
Yeah. I just thought.
Some of that's city, and I think some of it's tech stop, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it seemed like it was good for all of them to be at one location, you know. I didn't really see that many tents over there or anything like that, but I get it.
But you also didn't see any sort of hygiene stations, which is problematic. Yeah, if it were an actual sanctioned sheltering site of some sort, then the hygiene needs to be provided for.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that the message does get out that, like you said, we don't, we have the official when we as a city, become a rescue center. But like, we've heard here that, it's cold, like for me, 40, 50, it's cold for me, right? But I think, again, we do need to do a better job to say, listen, it is cold and we see the houseless out there, but there is room. I mean, that's the main thing. It's their choice, right? Mm-hmm. But we need to do a better job at making sure that, listen, we've got beds available, and I don't know how we can do that, but I would like to see that. I would like to make sure that, that we are taking care of each other and that message does not get lost.
For sure. I think we can work on some ways always to improve communication. That ends up being the number one thing in most operations that you do is communication. So there's always something that we can improve, and we'll be gladly to look at that and see how we improve that.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councilman Roy. Remember what you were going to say?
No.
We're going to come back to him. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Forgot you hit the button, didn't you? I just want to thank you for the presentation. I think that lessons were learned from the last time. Sounds to me like you've got a really good plan, and all we can do is hope and pray that you do. And I'm sure that if you run into something, you'll change it as you go. But I think they've asked a lot of questions, but I think y'all have covered everything. Yeah. So thanks.
You're welcome. And again, I'm not going to give you the illusion that we're going to open one up and it is going to be perfect. Right. It is a challenge. But this team is great and dedicated, and they adapt just like they did last time, and they will definitely do it again to have success. You bet. Thank you.
And Councilman Roy.
No, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. And, I think we did learn a lot from the last time we did this. Mm-hmm. I know that there's great organizations out there that are trying to help also. So I think the coordination efforts and, last year I know that there were some clothes and some other things that one of the vendors was trying to get and they couldn't get, and it was a little frustrating. But if everybody works together, at the end of the day, I know that it's going to be deeply appreciated out in the community. So thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Chief White, thank you so much. We appreciate the presentation.
You bet.
Okay, our last item of the day is item number 35, and that is the Hilliard Center Quarterly Update presented by Daniel Melise, OVG General Manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for hearing us today. Obviously, I'll be joined also by our GM of Hospitality, Melanie Granado, who will be helping us with the presentation. I'm Daniel Melise with Oakview Group. I feel like I've been here quite a few times over the last few months, so it's always good to be back and see everybody's faces. Just wanted to start off with sharing our leadership group. I know you met most of those over the last few months from the OVG side as well as the hospitality side. Obviously, Claudio Oliveira is here today as well with me, and again, as I said, General Manager of Hospitality, Melanie Granado. Org chart, couple of new faces on there. I want to point out a new Director of Finance, Carol Schmidt. Comes with plenty of experience in the entertainment and facility realm, previously with ASM Global and a couple of different facilities, also worked for Live Nation and on their finance, as well as Houston Sports Authority, working on some of the events that they had before she came to us for the facility. So really, really excited to have her, a lot of experience, and has already kind of started changing some of those processes on the finance side to help us be a little bit more streamlined and efficient. Also, new Director of Events, Ryan Fink. Ryan comes to us from our building in Tallahassee, Florida, the Donald Tucker Civic Center. He's been with the company for 6 years, but has been in the industry for about 10 in event management in a few different areas. Most recently, again, the facility very similar to the Hilliard Center, in which it has an arena plus some auxiliary convention space. A little bit smaller scale, but definitely has the experience of being able to handle multiple events that go on at the same time. First, want to point out a few of our highlights from the State of Tourism Gala. First, Sammy Ramon was recognized as a finalist for the Destination Salesperson of the Year. That's recognized for exceptional success in promoting Corpus Christi as a premier destination for meetings, conventions, and group travel. We've also, our box office manager, Jeff Elledge, was a finalist for the Tourism Activate Award, which honors outstanding contributions in building community partnerships and strengthening the local tourism industry. And finally, the Hilliard Center itself was a finalist for Attraction of the Year. The nomination highlights the collective dedication of the team and the facility's growing role in positioning Corpus Christi as a leading destination for entertainment and events. Some of the major events and highlights that we've had over the last few months. Obviously, Corpus Christi Comic-Con over the summer, we had probably about 10,000 people over the course of that week come through the facility. WWE Super Show was a sold-out show, about 7,700 people in the building. Our annual Home and Garden Show, as well as the Apache Tribe Veterans Powwow. Both events came back again this year and were very successful. A big portion of our last few months was the transition of the naming rights. There's been hundreds of different areas where you'll see the change from American Bank Center to Hilliard Center. I would be remiss to shout out our Director of Marketing, Deanna Richarte, and our Global Partnerships Director, Travis Gallier. They've spent many hours tirelessly walking through the facility, walking the exterior of the facility, looking at the different areas of the grounds that had the name on there. They worked really well with some of the city staff on identifying some of the text dot signs that are out there, so that way we can get some of those things on the rotation to get changed. They spent a ton of time over the last few months, and then the implementation was about a 30-day window for us to be able to get all of those signs changed out, and they hit the timeline that they needed to hit. So really strong effort by our marketing team and our global partnerships team to kind of make sure that we got all those different areas, whether it be the new magnetometers, the different signs that are for the administration offices, the different digital screens that you see out there. There's probably 60 different digital screens in 4 different areas that you have to make sure that you're keeping an eye out for. So they did a good job to hit everything. And knock on wood, we haven't seen anything come up recently that still had the former name on there. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Melanie to talk about some of our highlights in hospitality.
Hello, Council. Like Danny said, I'm Melanie. I'm the General Manager of Hospitality, along with my assistant GM who's back there, Nick Ustruck, who's a talented culinarian. We run all things food and beverage in Hilliard Center. So everything from concessions to catering, we run that team. We have an awesome team of 9 managers, full-time managers that run that. And we have about 125 part-time on our hospitality, all local. So some of our hospitality highlights, we really focused this quarter and really this year on community partnerships, building, getting local, and we heard you, Council, and we heard the community. You want local, and we are working that way. So we have our community food vendor incubator pilot program. We had an open call for small businesses that want to be in the arena. That opened up from October 15th to November 1st. We had 33 applicants, and of those, we had 14 qualified applicants. This past week, Nick and I held an informational session for those 14 local vendors to come in and see the space, understand what that means to come in and serve food in an arena. So that was great. The energy around this program has been really great, and the feedback we're getting is awesome. Of that, so those 14 came in, and now we have a selection committee of hospitality community members, and the scoring timeline is opening on Thursday. We're going to go ahead and send out those applications for a blind scoring process, and then they will choose our 2 vendors that are coming in January to late June 2026, and then the second part of 2026 we'll get a second vendor in. There were some requirements. They had to be Corpus Christi local, have current health certificates, insurance, and not have a brick and mortar. This is meant to be a launch pad for a small business. So we're really excited. Hopefully this gives them that landing pad to go to the next step. We established our partnership with Del Mar College Hospitality and Culinary Institute. We hope to build the workforce of hospitality here. So we onboarded our first, Terrence Brooks. He was awesome. He was here this fall with us learning. He's also a veteran and it's been really great having him on our team. We have 6 OVG paid internships open for Del Mar students for spring 2026. Applications are open now, and we hope to bring those 6 in. We have 2 right now, so if you know anyone that goes to Del Mar, we're looking for some Del Mar students. Community collaborations. We officially onboarded our 2 local vendors for facility-wide catering. We have Jalapeno Salsa and McNabb Micro Farms. McNabb Micro Farms has been great with us. We've used their microgreens on everything from 1,000 plated lunch. State of the city, you had local microgreens on your plates. So those are some really great partnerships that we've developed, and we hope to bring in more. We heard the community and we heard you, council. If you want local on the convention center side, that is near and dear to my heart. We are going that way. So working on that. Then we have our capital improvements and maintenance. When it comes to the kitchen, we want to be efficient. We have preventative maintenance plans that are working. We wanted to make sure that we are able to provide the best food service possible. We have new ovens. We have high capacity combi ovens that replace some older non-working equipment. Our walk-in coolers and freezers, fully refurbished. We're making sure they're sanitary and they are safe. Our arena cooler renovation happened this summer during some slow time. We got those done, and ice machine replacements. Some of those ice machines were 20 to 30 years old. They weren't efficient. They were getting them maintenance so often. It was really important. So we made that capital improvement. And lastly, most importantly, safety and cleanliness. Our shoreline market health inspection just got done. We had a score of 100, no demerits. And our catering main kitchen, which is our largest kitchen, also recently got a health inspection, no demerits, score 100. So I give a huge shout out to our executive chef, Nelson Sherwood. He runs a tight ship along with Nick on operations. But that is all of my hospitality updates. Thank you. Take my notes, sorry.
Thanks, Melanie. So we've talked about some of the previous successes that we had. Now we're going to talk about some of hopefully our future successes. Obviously, we've kicked off the Corpus Christi ice race season this year. As you can tell, that team has done a great job in recreating how they're marketing that team and really driving attendance to the facility. I think they've done a great job so far, and we've seen a spike in not only in attendance and paid attendance, but also in some of our food and beverage numbers. It's great to see the community kind of start to rally around that team, and they're really starting to show up for it, and it's very exciting for us because it's changed the energy of what that team presents to the facility and what it presents to the community. We had our annual Disney on Ice show in November. We announced Parker McCollum, our Harlem Globetrotters dates, Bailey Zimmerman, Nate Bargatze. Those are just some of the acts that are going to be coming to the main arena. The Nate Bargatze show, going to be a comedy show in the round, which is going to be a very interesting dynamic. He was here a couple of years ago, did really, really strong, and we're looking forward to another really successful event there. The convention center and auditorium business, obviously this has been definitely picking up for us. We are now in our 3rd season of the Broadway series, which has done great. We partner with VCC on that every year, as well as with Nederlander Marketing. We just had our first Broadway show just a couple of weeks ago with Tina, and we've got Hadestown and Mrs. Doubtfire are going to be the next 2 Broadway shows, both of which we're really looking forward to. And again, we inviting the Safari Club back, as well as Texas HOSA and Skills. We've signed Skills, which is the biggest citywide conference that we do here at the Hilliard Center. We've signed them now through 2028 with some potential to go as far out as 2030. We also signed on for the Texas Democrats. They'll be here next year as well. Lastly, looking at visitors trends over the last 3 years, 2023, our first fiscal year that we were here, from July through September, we saw 72,000. 2024 and 2025, both way above those numbers. I think we're looking at probably from 2023 to 2025, about a 30% increase in attendance at the facility over that 3-month period. So obviously drawing more people into the building's a little bit busier. So we're driving that traffic to the downtown area, which is what exactly this facility is supposed to be doing. And with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Okay. Perfect timing. Councilman Cantu.
First of all, thank you for the report. It was really good. And the lunch was amazing. Just saying.
I could take.
I guess it's a hit or miss with the chicken. The meat was great. So
yeah, that was 100% our culinary team. That's Melanie and Nick and their group. Again, done a great job over the last few years of really revamping what our food and beverage operation is. So that's great to hear.
Me and Mark ate all the butter. Yeah, and the rolls. It was good.
Good. Glad to hear it.
I got one concern because I don't want to get into the accident that happened over there because I don't know if there's any legal stuff going on. But my question is, does OVG 360 or the city of Corpus Christi have a work safety program there at the center? Because I heard that we do not have anything in place. And if we do not have anything in place, we need to fix that because we're putting the city in liability, into a lot of, I don't know if,
We do have safety measures in place, and we have many resources on our intranet that we have access to. Obviously, this accident brought to light some things that we need to make sure that we're focusing more in on. Very, very unfortunate accident that happened, and we understood that, and immediately we've kind of started to revamp some of those processes that we have.
So are we working on that? Are we getting with a consultant, somebody to go over to the city-owned venues to go over everything and see what we need to fix? And
those walkthroughs have already taken place, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it's getting worked on right now?
We are in the process of evaluating that with a consultant, yes.
Okay.
And we met with that consultant and one of their corporate safety experts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
So I noticed on the last slide, do you project, because I think that was September?
July to September, yes, sir.
Yeah, so you've really got some time before the end of the year. Do you think you're going to surpass last year's numbers?
So that was just a comparison year over year for the same time frame. So that was from July to September, from 2023 to 2025, what the attendance numbers looked like for that 3-month period.
Yeah, 5,000 in difference isn't really that much, but do you?
But it's almost a $30,000 or $28,000 from 23 to 24.
Right.
And we we dropped off a little bit, but still significant over the year one of our operation.
No, that's good. Yeah, I was just wondering. When I was looking at so it's Q3. You compared Q3 for each one.
Correct.
Okay. In relationship to December, is December, because of the holidays and the ice rays and everything that's going on, is that usually a pretty robust month?
It usually is a pretty busy month for us, especially with a lot of the holiday parties that we do. Not to mention this year specifically, we've got more Ice Rays and Islanders games in December than we had in previous years, which obviously, as everybody knows, kind of changed our Coastal Christmas dynamic. We have Coastal Christmas coming up in the 21st through the 23rd, where we do our community skate. But we all opened up the first weekend in December because we needed to free up some of the space later on in the month for some of those tenant teams to be able to get their schedules out there. But yes, we definitely do see an uptick in December when it comes to some of the events we have. Again, mostly with some of those holiday parties that get to be pretty big.
Okay, and then my last question is: are we still renting our the ice maker?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. Any projection, Peter, when that's going to be replaced? Or?
I don't know if we have a replacement in the capital budget.
We do. I believe we have designed this year, and we've spoken with a consultant, still working through some of that with city engineering. I don't have a time frame on construction.
I'm sure since the last time we talked about it, the prices went up because everything's going up.
When is it? Yeah, let's have Elsie. Elsie's our assistant director for this. It is, we do need to do that because it's a waste of money what we've been doing.
Good afternoon. Elsie Borgstead, Assistant Director, Economic Development and Planning. Yes, we do have design ongoing for fiscal year 26. And then once we get the final estimates and design plans, then we would move into construction into 2027. So that's what we're working on at this point. We will have to look at the different funding streams that would be available at that point. It is forecasted right now at a high level without design, of course, around 5.9 million. And
5.9?
yes, and I will say though, as a caveat, there is extensive work that needs to be done, not just on the chiller itself, that is the equipment, but there will be some demolition that would need to occur. We would need to demo some walls to be able to take out the existing equipment and then put in the new one, build again, but also to look at the plumbing and the piping that's under the existing facility. So there's a lot of work that would need to be taking place. There's a lot of engineering in addition to the actual chiller. But right now, the existing chiller does not work. It has not been working for several years now.
Yeah, because you're renting. That was the whole purpose of bringing
Correct.
it
The
up.
rental is in the upwards of $290,000 per year, per season.
How much?
Around 290. So it's quite substantial, you know, once you add it over the course of 10 years, or if you're going to keep having more ice race, it is an operational expense at this point.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That was all I had. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, my compliments to the chef. The lunch was just delicious, and I heard that y'all are going to be doing that once a month.
Yes.
No, I'm kidding. Just joking. I have lots of grandkids, and one of their biggest complaints is we don't have certain concerts here. What's the capacity?
I mean, for a concert in the arena, depends on, obviously, there's a lot of things that factor into it. We say we average about 7,800 for an end stage. We can get up to 95 to 10,000, depending on configuration if we do a concert in around in the 360. But most of our end stage shows are between 77 and 81.
Okay, so why don't you have more country concerts, country artists?
We do a lot of country concerts.
Okay, well, they're asking me. I'm just going to give you a little list here.
Okay.
Riley Green, Ella Langley, Hudson Westbrook, Megan Morinay, Sack Top. Just put it down. Would you just write it down?
I will. If you email those over to Peter, I will make sure that we get on those ASAP.
I bet you will. No kidding though. Really, we are country, and a lot of people like those. And you know, we have a deal that they do at Orange Grove for that, and you could only go so many. But I think you would really fill them up. I mean, I think we have in the past. I'm just curious why we don't have more.
Yeah, I mean we do, and I mean we have two major country concerts in the first quarter of or I guess first half. We've got Parker McCollum in January. Bailey Zimmerman will be in. Yep, Bailey Zimmerman is in April, and those are already on sale and moving tickets.
Okay, so, that's good.
Yeah, so and we usually get 3 or 4 concerts a year, country concerts a year.
Yeah.
So there's still some things in the works.
Maybe you should do more. Just remember my list. I will get it to you. Okay.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Is it Nate Bargatze?
Nate Bargatze.
Man, what an amazing performer. He is hot. That's impressive that you guys got him. I mean,
yeah, it's like
Saturday Night Lives. He's hosting all kinds of award shows.
He's doing fantastic.
Brilliant humor
and clean, which is unique when it comes to comedy. So that's a good. It was a good get for us, I think.
Carol and I had a grand time the last time he was here. So, hey, escalator. I went to a couple of functions, and the escalator, it was down to 1, and you guys were monitoring. I guess you were checking my weight. You know, you were trying to figure out how many people could, but I was there last week and it worked. So is it behind us?
Yeah, I think it's behind us. I think there was a sensor that we were having issues with, so we were just erring on the side of safety at that point, so that way we don't end up in a situation to where we have a full escalator and then one of those sensors trips. I think we've got it taken care of, but definitely something that we're monitoring on.
I mean, I get it's a different world 9 of us live in, but you know, when you go to an event and down to 1 escalator and they're monitoring who gets on, that's always a question, you know, and I didn't, you know, it is what it is.
We had like I said, we had a trip not a trip where someone tripped, but we had one of the sensors trip it, and at that point we were just being
I'm just curious, when it trips, does it stop? If you're that guy that gets on and when it stops, does that say something that is a red flag, like going to diet or something? Is there?
But, and honestly, sometimes it's with escalators, there's emergency stops that the general public doesn't necessarily know about that accidentally get hit sometimes. I've seen that happen before. So, but again, from our perspective, we'd rather be safe than sorry.
No, absolutely. But you think it's behind us? I did get a number of questions about it, and I
would think
didn't
so.
bug you because it'd work itself out. But you feel like it's behind us. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think you're doing a great job. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I also want to, do a shout out for rock music as well. So I think I was just trying to see, I think Paul McCartney, right? Didn't Paul McCartney go to the Rio Grande and their capacity, because I was just looking at that, it's like 9,000 for their arena. So
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that.
I just, looked it up. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to say. I actually wanted to know, have we received our first check from the Hilliard
Yes.
Center renaming?
Yes.
And we received it when again?
I don't know the exact date, but it's September.
Oh, so.
Yeah, they want to say, I don't remember the exact date, but it was September.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's in the bank and, everything's going smoothly.
It's been, again, it's going fantastic. They're, again, very excited about the partnership, very, very engaged with the facility and the events that we're doing, finding different ways to create activations. And again, like I said, it's a very unique partnership that we have, and they're very involved. And again, we're still looking for a lot of different ways to kind of keep them involved. We just put some gobo lights on our concourse where it shines down and says Hilliard Center. So we're, like I said, there's going to be some new technology that we're working with them on to kind of keep that brand going and keep the name Hilliard Center out there. But yeah, been fantastic partnership so far.
It seems like it. Like they seem like really, really involved, and so that's really appreciated. And that's what's so great about when you have someone local really invested and have that kind of communication.
Yeah,
and relationship.
Perfect.
They want to.
Absolutely.
They want to make they want to make sure that their name is held to a high esteem, and that they believe in excellence. And I think that's what y'all are trying to provide here.
Yes, very much so.
Yes, and again, I also agree with the food. Oh my God, it was so good. And I even mentioned to Eric, I said, "What? No Whataburger?" He goes, "Not for this one." So yeah, you even won him over. So thank you.
And just don't think that every time we're up on the agenda that we're going to be providing it. I don't have to be here every month for everybody.
No, this was really special. And I also just want to say thank you to HEB. HEB also provides our yearly, this is my third year, the HEB provides a 3-layer cake. So it complemented the meal beautifully. So thank you to HEB as well. Thank you.
And also on the partnership thing, I just want to point out, we did just re-sign American Bank to be a partner in the facility for a suite. So they will continue to be a partner for us in the facility. So again, obviously no hard feelings, and we're looking forward to welcoming them back to the facility in a different manner.
Okay, good. Well, one other thing I wanted to just say, I did go to the Visit Corpus Christi event, and it was the first time that, I don't know if it was y'all that did it, or if it was Visit Corpus Christi, but they had like a lounge, they had lounge areas. Is that y'all or is that them?
I'm pretty sure that was the decorator that they hired.
Okay, so that was pretty cool, because, we were able to actually enjoy it's not a $1 million view anymore, it's way more. So it was just beautiful to be able to take it all in.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Going back to the safety issue, do you have somebody assigned to be your safety officer or safety manager?
We have a few people who are there. We don't have a designated safety manager, but we are going to have one in the very near future.
Okay. Especially if you're going to be continuing to have improvements done to the facility where you have people above on scaffolding or anything like that, you probably should have one specifically for your entire system to cover off on whoever the contractor's doing, just as a safety measure.
Understood.
As far as music selection, I'm more of the alternative guy. I remember when Incubus came into town.
Thank you.
There's some other options like Cage the Elephant, Coldplay, the Gorillaz, the Killers, Neighborhood, Kings of Leon, My Chemical Romance, those kind of
Did you get all that?
Yeah, let's say Peter and Elsie have my email address. If you just want to put any requests, I could treat it like Spotify and do the best playlist I can for you.
Just saying, I heard some country music, so, she mentioned rock, get to put in for my own, musical choice. I heard Incubus did very well.
Very well.
So, that should tell you something, And they're not a modern band. They're kind of 90s kind of.
Well, and we just had Yellow Card with A Day to Remember, and that was, and again, that's what I grew up on. So that's alternative.
Yeah, I'm curious how that Rush tribute band is going to do. That should be interesting.
Yeah.
Not my time frame.
No, but again, I think that's a substantial tour that they're doing. So I'm thinking it's going to do pretty well.
Okay. Other than that, they would like to have taken more money, but in that it's water under the bridge. But we'll go from there. Oh, and thank you again for letting me use your conference room.
Yeah, no, it's our pleasure.
Councilman Barrera.
Just a couple of things. I know, obviously, I think it's great. You got some big conventions coming up, and so, if we could just I know there's a balance, simply because the more occupancy hot tax that we bring in, then that's more funds for you guys, so that way we can make improvements. So I know, and I know the hospitality community wants to get more heads in beds.
Yeah, and we started meeting. We've got a monthly meeting where we kind of talk through some of our needs with Visit Corpus Christi, with Brooke specifically, so that way we have a natural touch point on talking through some of those things. So we're very cognizant of the visitors' business that we're looking to bring through.
Yeah, and I think, I've been big fans of yours, and you weren't here when you guys first took over. I was really, really critical, and you guys have really performed. One other thing, if you need an opening act, Mark and I did sing over at the Annex. Nobody threw anything at us, so I count that as a win. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Question, nonprofits, are they getting a discount now over there? How's that working?
For discounts for room space?
Yeah.
Yes, we have a standard discount for nonprofits. It's been in place since the day we took over.
Got it. And then on your
and the discount is on the rental of space.
The catering services, you said that you're allowing outside people, right? Is that what you said?
No. We're utilizing some local vendors in our catering business.
Got it. Okay. Appreciate it.
Okay.
And you have interns from Del Mar that you're.
Yeah, yes, very much. And we've got the incubator program, which will be a local vendor that will have a concession stand on the concourse for the main arena events.
Got it. And I kind of understand you can't really have that big of a country show because of the capacity, right? That's what you're working with, the low capacity.
We work with the capacity that we were given.
George Strait won't come and play at the American Bank Center. It's too small for him, right?
Never say never.
Yeah.
We did Jelly Roll, who was probably the hottest touring country act out last couple of years ago. So we're definitely in there for some of those. Are we going to compete with the 18,000 seat venues of the world? No, we're not going to.
Yeah.
But there are still some that we're definitely in the running for. And for Chris Stapleton a couple of years ago, Jelly Roll, arena size, capacity wise, we're on the smaller end of what some of those other facilities are, but we're competing with that business and we're drawing them to Corpus.
Jelly Roll was a sold out event?
Yeah.
Nice. Maybe think about some R&B music. Me and Peter likes Boyz II Men, All For One, all those.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like I said, you just send your lists over and we'll.
Maybe Bone Thugs too.
Yeah, Aaron, we've got a director of booking, and I'm sure she would love to talk through all those different artists.
You're gonna get 9 lists.
I
just
figured
so you know.
As long as we don't have. I figured.
Okay, well, Daniel, we're gonna wrap up. We really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Informative,
Appreciate it.
and to add, I think I already told you, but that lunch was unforgettable. So good. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. With that, we're a few minutes early, but I'm going to go straight into public comment. And we only have 12 people. So we're going to start with Mark Schauer. And then Marilena Garza, Adam Rios, Susie Saldana.
Mark Schauer, I live in Corpus Christi. I retired from the police department back in January, and throughout most of my career I worked with on homeless issues, no matter where I was. And I had a meeting with homeless providers a couple of years ago, and during the meeting one of them said, "Hey, did you know Dismissed Charities opened up a place here?" I go, "What? What's that?" So the next day I found them, and they had just moved in. It was November 2 years ago. So I walked in unannounced, and I asked to talk to the boss, and she made herself available, and she made coffee available. And she showed me around, gave me a tour. Her name is Claudia Delthin, and she's the director. And it didn't have a sign or anything. They were just setting up and moving in. So it's located at Alameda and Agnes, 1201 Agnes. And I got to know them. And then I met Mr. Corona. He's their vice president, regional. And we started talking throughout the year, and I'd go visit them to see how things were going. And they don't just serve homeless. They serve anybody who wants to show up that has emotional distress, that's in need, they may need clothes, needs assistance, they may need a shower, they may need to rest for a while. They can do laundry there. But no matter what, when they go there, they have to see a case manager, so they get engaged if they want services. So we started talking about what would it look like if we could drop off our intoxicated folks there. So it kind of wrapped up a bit, and with the help of City Legal in last year, and with Jackie Chapa, our municipal court judge, and the police department, we worked out an MOU with them. So since December of last year, we put about 170 people that we've transported, most of them homeless, but we transported them over there and dropped them off. They have several recliners that they let them lay in, and they have to be there for at least 4 hours. But then they can engage with them, they get a case manager. Some of those people have left and come back for services. It's an absolute waste of time to arrest somebody homeless just for public intoxication if we can drop them off there. There's no way you can get money from them. You can't confine them. It's the same thing you tie at municipal court. So that's a feature, and it's worked really well, and I'm just here to thank them publicly. And also, if you don't know it, they're also Dismissed Charities, a couple of words about them, but they operate in about 30-plus states. They've been around since 1964. They pretty much engage in the federal and state systems. They operate halfway homes. I don't know if you do know it. If I stood on the edge of the parking lot over here and threw a baseball, I could hit the halfway house with my baseball. That's a federal halfway house in Waco, right behind the RTA. They house about just under 50 people there, and they have a total of about 80 that are under court supervision for the federal system. And they do it very well because most people don't even know they're there. There's a sign above the door. So I'm just here to publicly thank them. The program works so far. And I think they were 24/7 for a while and had to reduce their hours because of some budget cuts. Anyways, I wanted to thank them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schauer. Marilena Garza.
Okay. Marilena Garza, District 1. I am also the founder and current CEO of the Free Store Corpus Christi. I wanted to come today. What is been passed out before you is a formal letter from one of my board directors, Melina Gosa, inviting you to our community event that we are hosting this Friday at the former YMCA, now Corpus Christi Community Center at 417 Upper Broadway this Friday starting at 6. It's one thing for the community to see me out there, and they see me up here. Some of them are watching right now, and thank you. Some of them are wandering around in the streets right now, and they're gonna want to see the update. I have a lot of houseless people that come over to my office and actually watch these meetings alongside with me, and I'm working them up to have the courage to come and speak to you guys, because it's one thing to hear it from me. I'm sure you guys are so tired of seeing me here every day talking about the same thing, which is people outside on the streets. This community event is a fantastic way for anybody who's running for office, who is in leadership, who is an advocate, or maybe you're just a little guy and you really want to get involved in solving this houselessness and poverty issue that we have here in town. It would mean a lot to our community for you guys to just pop your head in. I'm not asking for you to be cleaning maggot-infested wounds like I do, or cleaning Mr. Caca Man. I'll take care of that. Just come over. Say hello to the community. You'd be surprised. You'd probably recognize some of the people on the other side of the table. You're like, you're here? And there will be like, I need help, you know? I've got an 84-year-old lady who knits me scarves. These are some of the scarves and things that she makes. Her little arthritic fingers, Ruth Falk, always doing the most for our community. She's at home doing the most that she can. She can't stand very long, and she can barely sew now, and she can barely see, but every year I can depend on Ruth Falk showing up. Every year I can depend on a church like St. Paul's donating over 3,400 diapers to this event this Friday. All I need you guys to do is show up. Show your constituents that you care about what they're going through, what it's like to not have a fridge that's full, to not have a house that is well built enough to keep you warm. You don't have to be houseless to get help at the free store. I had someone call me, a coworker who has a coworker who works for the ferries out in Port A, who is freezing. He doesn't have the jackets. He's a big person. He can't afford it. The free store is for everyone, not just for the people that are underneath the streets. We want to prevent you from ending up in the expressway. We don't want you there. So Friday, 6 o'clock, YMCA, please show up.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Susie Saldana?
Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. You know, I come before you today because I read the article about a councilman and the word he used, and everybody got so insulted. You know, I think you guys and everybody else that was talking actually did a favor. If you look at the majority of the comments from the people, they were with Councilman Cantu. They were there with him. And you know why? Because you lost the contents of the word he used. Rape is a word used for something that is being done upon an individual that does not want it done to them. Guess what? The taxpayers don't want to lose all their money. And I thought it was appropriate. I didn't think it was a bad word. I didn't think it's a bad word at all. It's a word that we have to deal with. It happens, and when people get to the point to where they don't get what they want and they take it from you forcefully, let me tell you, that is what's happening to the taxpayer. When Councilman Cantu gets up and says, I want to be able to help the taxpayer and not have them hurt this way, then look at the contents of the sentence, not at a word. I want you to be careful of that, because actually the councilman should be thanking you. The majority of the people are on his side, whether it's on Channel 6, on My Tea Time, or any of the other ones that tried to make it negative, or any of the people that spoke negatively. You take a look at it, because he came out the winner. And I want you to look at what's being said for the taxpayer. We have to remember who you represent. And your job is to save them money, and that's us, to take care of us. And another pleasant more note, have a Merry Christmas and enjoy yourselves.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Robin Cox, and then we'll have Bradley Bartleson, Rachel Caballero, and Margaret Dudon.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3. And first I'm going to play y'all a little video, if I can get it to work.
Yes, you voted on it, not knowing who they were? I just had to be refreshed. Did you just think of it as Devon's and Phillips' project? Well, I guess not necessarily, no. Well, you know they own it, right? Yes, sir. Okay, and you knew that when you were voting for it, right? Yes, sir. Okay, and because both of them are also political donors of yours, right? Oh, of course. Yeah. They believe in good government. Well, certainly when it gives them $2 million for the forged document, right? I wouldn't. I'm sorry, say again? Repeat your comment? Sure. It wasn't a comment. I was saying that they believe in being good donors and good government when that good government, quote unquote, gives them $2 million even though they used a forged document. I can't speak. Is that your definition of that? No. Okay. I didn't know what you meant by good government, and that's what I see here. I guess it's a relative term. Okay.
That was a deposition by a certain councilman who's left for the day, so he didn't get to hear it. But in case y'all are going to miss that cute little laugh, you got to hear it on recording. This is a prime example of you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, since donors of his were the ones who gave to Homeward Suites. He's saying in the deposition, if it was kind of hard muttered to hear, that, yeah, they gave him the money. And he voted for Homeward Suites because of it. And then he laughed sarcastically afterwards. He didn't laugh at any of y'all. He laughed at all of us out here who are taxpayers. That's who he was laughing at, in the faces of every one of you. I owe a great apology to Mr. Zanoni. I have been one of his harshest critics, and at least he's stepping up to the plate and saying this was wrong. It was wrong. He went to the several council members and said, don't put that on. There's something wrong with it. And what happened? They put it on anyway, and they got $2 million of taxpayer money. It's Christmas time. How many of you are scrounging for $100, $200? How many of you would like to start a small business? Can you imagine if you just got a gift? You already have money and you just got a gift, and then someone like certain council members laugh in the faces on a deposition? That's so insulting when you sarcastically say, yeah, I got the money. They believe in good government, which is me. It is that old program where you give me a little and I'll give you a little. You know, Patrick Henry said, I smell a rat. I smell a rat, but really I smell stinky fish, kind of what our Inner Harbor is going to smell like if we get desal, stinky, dirty, rotten fish. I give it you all a chance here. Y'all have a chance to do the right thing, because right now the cover-up is so much worse than the crime. My only regret is that the one councilman wasn't here.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Rachel Caballero. And then Margaret Dudon. She's not here.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Maybe you guys should bring some Christian concerts to Hilliard Center, because a lot of you need Jesus and the Holy Spirit. First of all, I want to publicly say that the Corpus Christi taxpayers are becoming a safe haven for whistleblowers, and that's on every governmental level. So if there are any concerns out there for anyone, the Nueces County, the Corpus Christi Taxpayers Association will welcome any and all information, and it will be 100% confidential. Earlier today, there were a few lies that were spoken by CCW saying that they did a full modeling with Kiewit. That wasn't true. It was a partial modeling. They said it took several months. That was a lie. They said it took 6 days until they were corrected by a city staffer. The data that they used was not verified. It came from industry, so those numbers were not confirmed or validated. So that was a lie. We were lied to about getting the reporting from the Port of Corpus Christi, which showed the results that it would damage the Inner Harbor at the La Quinta Channel. And nobody could get it, and oh, today, admission, you've had it for a year. Another lie. chiller still out at Hilliard. This conversation happened a year or two ago. Like, who's working in this building? Who is getting things done? Who is following through on these operational things that need to get done? This is crazy. And I'm gonna add my 2 cents to this. As of today, there are 1,652 signatures on the petition that I filed to remove Mayor Paulette Guajardo. I would like further movement on this petition, please. I am asking the council. Here's another gem.
Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority. Okay, go ahead. I'll put there. Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority. What is it? The Nueces County Appraisal District. What is it? The City of Sinton, City of Beeville, City of Aransas Pass. Wait, slow them down. City of who? Sinton, Beeville, Aransas Pass, Sinton, Beeville, Mathis. Did I tell you the Nueces County Appraisal District? You did. I'm trying to think of the other public agencies. Off the top of my head.
These are the companies that Councilman Roland Barrera is doing business with, and he should recuse himself going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Mr. Bottleson, do you want to come up? Yeah, I already called your name, but I saw you walk in.
Sorry, my streets are all torn up.
It's okay, they're getting fixed.
My printer's out, so no presentation tonight. Let me get what I do have ready here. Right there. Okay. When you're killed, you don't come back to life.
I'm going to say your name and city, please.
Oh, Brad Bartleson, Corpus Christi, District 5. When you're killed, you don't come back to life when somebody declares conditions safe again. I'll explain. So most of us were quite joyed when we canceled Inner Harbor the first time. And yet the larger concern was really environmental and the quality of the bays. I've gone over previously the major issues that I saw with it, but we do need to quantify it. It can't be my assumption. We need a quantitative analysis. So a while back, I started digging into TCEQ's rationale for giving a permit to address my questions quantitatively. I talked with Thomas Starr, the professional engineer, which I am as well. I was disappointed at that conversation. He pointed me to the modelers, and I subsequently filed an information request with them, which I just received the results of yesterday, which were to include any and all information for the permit basis. In summary, it is very deficient. It is a steady state bulk analysis. It doesn't address anything but what's happening in the Inner Harbor. It's steady state, it's non-temporal, meaning we're not seeing results in time. This is a bulk analysis. We're not seeing spatial analysis. So the question we have at hand when we kill fish, does the addition of salt into our very precarious Nueces Bay, does that cause more fish kills in a specific zone? So bulk analysis and steady state tell us nothing about that. So as we go forward, we need to answer those questions spatially and temporally in a model such as was done for the La Quinta Channel. And the results of that told us, no, this isn't a good thing to do. So what do? Let's go to an even worse location. So it didn't make sense. That modeling, which I'll share what they gave me with any of you that want to see that as well, but there's all kinds of deficiencies. There's no sharing of the initial conditions, the boundary conditions, the constitutive equations. These are things that I did and people do in computational modeling to have others, hey, look, he did a good job, right? If you can't see that, you don't know what they did. And what we can see from these results, it was a very simplistic set of models. You can do 1,000 iterations, which, by the way, that's another thing we need to see. do they resolve the iteration to a zero residual or close to that? Is it resolved when they're in the time domain? So these things, I find it very deficient. I find it almost inexcusable that they would not do a better job and address the basic question of the Nueces Bay. With that, I'll come back later.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Okay, Margaret Dudon or Eric Von Wade? Okay, Michael Pittman? Henry Williams? Okay, and then I think we have John Weber on WebEx, correct, Ms. Wood? Okay, and he'll be our last commenter.
John Weber from out of town. Good evening, Mayor and council members. The Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District is not following the same rules for public comment as the City Council does, the body that appoints its board members. Why are they not required to follow the same rules as the appointing body does? They have not allowed for public comment by WebEx during their last couple of meetings. This appears to be a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. The board officers have not been confirmed by the City Council as required by the board's own rules. The board seems like they are out of control by the lack of following the rules that establish the board. Please look into these allegations. Also, please appoint 3 non-city employees to the board after the 3 board members' term expire at the end of this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Pardon.
Water Department, legal?
Yeah, likely legal,
Yes,
along with
ma'am.
the water department, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cavada.
Okay, well, there being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned.